Pigs. First place, Rain Brock from Hugo. Second, Imani Luna from Hollis. Third, Abby Patterson from Weber's Falls. Fourth, Hannah Hensley from Cherokee. Fifth, Rylan McCool from Oilton. Sixth, ABCD Donahoe from Maysville. Yes, I butchered that name. Seventh, Kason Wolf from Tipton. Eighth, Hunter Brown from Fletcher. And ninth, Allison Humble from Mountain View Godebo.
Good stuff here as we get into the second class. I think a deep class with tremendous young people. They brought their projects to town. They're presented well. They're driven to a high degree. My compliments to them and the people that helped them get here. In the same regard, we got us a class winner, in my opinion, that's very good. I like the shape of his blade, the way that he can get and go when the young man asked him to go. That thing's got a really good running gear. He attaches great on the front side of his body. I like that hog's condition and the way that he comes out of the back of his blade. He's a long rump barrow that still offers some feature to the base of his body. You know, he's not the broadest in his chest, but he still maintains some blade shape. He still maintains some squareness. His symmetry and balance from the side, in my opinion, is awfully good. My compliments to that young man. That's a real good barrow to win this particular class. Young lady, you got a high-headed barrow that's got a neat look and presence. When we step off to the side of the livestock, he's modest in his length. He's tall in his shoulder. That hog, to me, is very memorable, if you will, from the side. In terms of his look, it's when we set him into motion. He's a bit more upright in the angle of his shoulder. He's a shorter hip barrow, in my opinion, that needs to reach farther off either end of his framework. I thought he held the advantage, though, of full rib shape and body cavity than the hog that comes here in 3. The young lady does a great job getting him presented. My compliments to her. You know, Freak of the Week comes here next in 3. This is one high-headed, proud-postured barrow that's really good in his front foot quality. He's tremendous when you step off to the side of him. He runs uphill. He's a big barrow that's still modest in his length. He's a hog that's got bone all the way to the base of his body. In my opinion, it's when you step in behind him, just didn't bring enough punch to the party. He's a flatter shaped barrow that doesn't have as much in terms of just rib shape and muscle in the upper portion of his body. Young man, he is so close because his presence is hard to replicate. His foot quality and the way that he's up off the ground while still being modest is very hard to do. Young man brings us one that's on the opposite end of the spectrum in 4. Productive from the word go. He's got a beautiful shape to his knee. He's got a beautiful texture to his body. He's a big back barrow that's 3-dimensional. At any angle you look at him, he just runs out of play from the side. He's the plainer-headed barrow that just gets a bit more general ahead of his shoulder. I didn't see him to have as much feature as the 3 that go ahead of him. Young man does a tremendous job with him, gets his project to town here, very well presented. The hog that comes here in 5, he's a big-ribbed rascal that's opened up from front to rear. There's no question. His center body depth and just pliability to me might be class leading, just to be up front with you. For me, though, he's a bit too plain ahead of his shoulder. He's a little rounder just the way that he comes to you. I didn't see that hog being as extended off either end of his framework. Then we flip the script here, and we got an elevated barrow that's very long off either end of his body. He's a beautiful constructed hog at the base of his skeleton. To me, he's the flatter bladed one that just loses out in terms of muscle shape up high, and then when you step in behind the livestock, I just got to see a bit more. We can let these next 2 out in terms of muscle shape and width and presentation. They're on point. Just a little rounder for me in this particular setting. If you would please pump it up for these young people as they head back. My compliments to them all.
From Class 2, winners, first place, Case and Klein from Fairland. Second, McKinley Bounds from Broken Bow. Third, Maverick Meredith from Cherokee County. Fourth, Dalton Fife from Grove. Fifth, Tinsley Hemmerling from McAllister. Sixth, Brantley Farley from Kellyville. Seventh, Kenley McKeever from Valiant. And eighth, Titus McGuire from Watonga. I'd like to take a minute and introduce Kylie Denise. She's the executive director of the Oklahoma Pork Council. We get a lot of acronyms in this ring over a couple of weeks. To give you a history of this show and some of the more detailed specifics about why we do what we do.
Sure. Thanks, Brett. Well, good morning, everyone. On behalf of the Oklahoma Port Council, it's a pleasure to have you all joining us, whether you're ringside or online watching. As our judges already stated, as well as our Secretary of Agriculture and our Dean of the College of Agriculture, truly a special program, and we have been so proud to be a part of it for the last 3 years. To give you a bit of history, as Brett shared, Mr. Nemechek, who is over here to my right doing the calculations at the table, actually had the vision for this program about 3.5 years ago. Mr. Nemechek said, hey, we've got a really good stock show at the Oklahoma Youth Expo, whether you're in the cattle barn, the sheep barn, the goat barn, or the hog barn. But there is definitely an opportunity to give young people who have never shown before the chance to show. And so Mr. Nemechek approached first the Oklahoma Youth Expo, then the Port Council, Oklahoma State, 4-H, and FFA with this idea. And since it's come to fruition, again, we're in year 3 of the program, and over the past 3 years, there's been about 130 students who have applied or participated and shown here at the Oklahoma Youth Expo. And the partnership is really cool. Looking across the ring at Jim Coakley and to my right, Christian Hammond, just producing really great stock at the Oklahoma State Swine Farm, in which these students have the chance to draw for their pig. We had a draft day back on November 4th, and the students, as well as their parents, supporters, advisors, teachers, came to Oklahoma State and by random draw got a number and then picked these pigs. Really cool. If you could imagine the NFL draft, for example, where players are drafted, these students drafted their pigs. And since they've been caring for the animals, we've had multiple check-ins, whether it be at a jackpot show or a county show. And then the students, of course, their experience is coming together, the capstone, as you could call it, here today. They did do a knowledge test this morning. There will be a prize for the student that has the best knowledge test, as well as they did a carcass ultrasound last night and the official weigh-in. So a really special opportunity, and on behalf of the Port Council, a way that we love showing up for the next generation, for individuals who might not otherwise have had the opportunity to care for a pig. And I want to just acknowledge again 2 of the Oklahoma Port Council board members who work in the commercial pork industry that are here watching the show today, and from a biosecurity perspective had to make a strategic move to commit to being here at the pig show and not on a commercial hog farm for the balance of the week. So again, we're just so proud of the program and appreciate those of you that are joining us along the ringside or online for this very special Oklahoma Pork Partners Derby show.
this class. This is a really, really nice class of pigs, and the young people are getting them presented to a tee, and I think it comes down between a pair of them at the end of things, and I'll describe them to you the best I can and tell you the differences. I think they're close enough. A guy needs to be accurate so you know where you're setting at when you go back to the barn and maybe break a bucket and be mad at the show judge. But my class winner, in my opinion, from the word go when he comes out, his head shape and ear and the way that it all attaches to his blade is my kind. He's incredible in my opinion, and he's incredible, in my opinion, in his foot placement and the way that he gets out and covers some ground. His height to length, to me, is just a shot off, and maybe that's what makes it a little closer. He's a little longer in terms of his spine. I didn't see that hog as deep in his lower third, maybe, as the Barrow 2, but I'll tell you where I thought he was better. I think he's more genuine in the way that he comes to us. He's the cleaner crested Barrow that's more appropriate in his shape and the upper part of his body. His edge, to me, is a bit more noticeable. I like his rear view and the way that he can reach his hock past his tail. I think this hog, when you start comparing them, has more feature than the Barrow 2. I think he's the fresher, neater looking option than the Barrow 2. I think a really, really nice place to lead us off here in the third class of Yorkshire Barrows. This one that comes in 2, man, he brings a lot to the table, in our opinion, in terms of forerib shape, in terms of body spread and dimension. He's a square-built Barrow that's good in terms of his lines. He's modest in his length, yet he still is tall in terms of his shoulder. He's got a neat look about him from the side. In my opinion, when it gets this tough in the top 2, he's the plainer headed Barrow of the initial pair. He's a smaller footed, smaller ankled Barrow that wants to close up when he comes at us just a bit when we start to get comparative. But he is huskier, he is bolder, and he's a bit more manly when you get on top of him, other than the hog that wins our particular drive. I thought his rump design and just the way that he used his skeleton was the advantage of the Barrow 3. This Barrow 3, in my opinion, young lady, whoever got your pig ready, you need to give him a big hug because he's beautifully presented. He's got great muscle shape and texture. His turn out of the back of his blade, to me, is phenomenal. This hog is fed to a T. He's got some muscle shape. He's got a really good rear view. Unfortunately, he just comes at us a bit narrow. He's a bit rounder in terms of his rump and the way that he sets his tail. I didn't see that Barrow as attractive from the side as the 2 that beat him. But I think a really, really good job to the center portion of his body and the way everything came together. The one that comes out here in 4 is just a good pig, in our opinion, in terms of his build, his skeleton, the way that he can get out and go. He's a good shouldered Barrow that's long in terms of his hip. He reaches good off either end of his framework. When you start comparing him, he's the driest through his mid-body of the top 4. He's the flattest in his shape. I didn't see that hog coming at us as broad at the base of his chest as the Barrows on either side of him. Thought he held the advantage, though, just in terms of the way he's organizing his skeleton from his tent to his tail. He's a longer hip Barrow that just reaches a bit better. The one that comes here next, productive, incredibly good in terms of his center body, his pliability, the way that he gets out and goes off either end of his body, to me, is where he kind of gives up a bit in this particular drive. He's a straighter shouldered Barrow that's a bit shorter in terms of his hip. I didn't see him quite as stable when you step in behind the livestock in terms of just hock placement and where he hinged at the base of his body. I thought, though, he had more pin width, he had more muscle shape than the hog that comes here behind him. The hog that comes here next is just got a great big forerib. He's a big back Barrow that's highly presented. He's good in terms of his head and his neck attachment. All that, in my opinion, is really good. Mid-body forward, he's got class-leading advantages. It's from this view that I got to put him where I do. He's a narrow pin Barrow that gets shorter in terms of his step. I didn't see him quite as genuine as the ones we talked about. We dropped these next 3 out. They're hogs that got muscle. They got product in them. There's no question about it. Just didn't see them quite as elite in terms of their look. Maybe not as sound as the ones we've talked about. Once again, put your hands together. Let's keep these kids pumped up as they head back.
Okay, our winners from Class 3. First place, Easton Davis from Purcell. Second, Imani Luna from Hollis. Third, Cashton Hart from Kiefer. Fourth, Asada Diallo from Tipton. Fifth, Nathan Rogers from McAllister. Sixth, Adeline Anderson from Blanchard. Seventh, Peyton Duthett from Perkins. Eighth, Jonathan Barnhart from Pawnee County 4-H. Ninth, Carter Huckabee from Altus. And 10th, Corbin Jones from Minco. I'm certain that we're trying to move Barrows in for the rest of the week's worth of shows, which means the outside of the barns, the alleys and whatnot are very important real estate at this point in time. We have 2 white Ford pickup trucks parked outside of barn 7, which is stage right from here, with these license plates that have been there and parked and camped out since 8 o'clock this morning. It means they need to be moved. We have a Mississippi plates, JI7312, and Oklahoma plates, MAF 576. I have it on good authority that if you don't figure out a way to move those yourself voluntarily, they do get forcefully removed from the facility. So check your trucks, make sure they're in the right spot.
Well, another good class, and a beefy burly one wins, in our opinion, and does so in this particular setting in fast regard. I think he's the big-bladed, big arm bearer that sets good on the angle of his shoulder, the way his knee works onto his body. He blends that tremendous on the back of his blade into his forerib. That bear is beautifully presented in the upper portion of his body. He's a big, pliable, centered bear that's full in terms of his lower third, yet he's still attractive enough. And when you step off to the side of him, I know that he's not as neat looking maybe as the Baron 2. The problem is you could fit the Baron 2 inside of the Baron 1. That hog's got more feature, he's got more bone in our opinion, and just comes with a bit more off either end of his framework. Young man, when you come in, it's a quick pin for me, just in the way everything attaches. He's a bear that's late in his maturity pattern that still maintains some moderation of length from the side. He's really good in the way he attaches front of his shoulder. That hog is beautifully built. He's perfectly driven. My compliments to you. I can tell you put in the work at home. For me, when you get comparative or even as an individual in this setting, that's the flattest bear when you start looking at him in the center portion of his body. He's the plainest shaped bear, truthfully, in the top 3. In our opinion, though, he stayed square at the base of his body, and he's longer in his rump than the hog in 3. He doesn't have as much feature as the hog in 1. That's why he lands there in 2. This hog that comes out here next, I like the extra shag. I like the extra forerib, the extra body shape, and just from that hog's blade to his tail, I think, is tremendous in the upper portion of his body. He's a good-footed bear that still offers plenty of bone and feature at the base of his skeleton. So when we break him down and really study him, he's the flattest of the initial 3 in the shape of his blade. He's the shortest hip bear in the initial 3 that wants to fade to the ground when he step in on either side of his body, when you step in watch him come and go. But I think there's so much quality there. The young lady's got him to town here. He holds his head high. He's beautifully presented. My compliments to her. She's done a great job with her project. This one that comes out here next, he doesn't like Oklahoma Oklahoma City and the bright lights may be as good as the young lady hoped, but more importantly, she hung in there and she stuck with it. As soon as she got him in the ring, he hasn't wanted to act great. And I think for that, it's a very big accomplishment for this young lady, because this pig is being a knothead, but she's doing all she can, and we're really, really proud of her out here. When you study her pig, he's a stout bear, and it all starts in his forehead and his muzzle. He's a big four-armed hog that's broad in the shape of his body. For us, he's a bit plainer when you step off to the side of the livestock. He's the longest-bodied bear that maybe runs out of balance when you start studying him, but when he gets out and goes, that's a really nice bear. Young lady, my compliments are to you. You hung in there and did a really, really nice job. This hog that comes here in 5 is a bear that I really like the shape of his skull. I really like his look of quality from the side. For us, as we get bigger, he gets a bit staler. He wants to stretch in terms of his length. We didn't see him balance as good from the side when we started to step off and study him, but a really nice bear to land there. Let's let these next 3 out. Young man, you got a big back bear that's driven perfectly, just wants to fade at the base of his body. Young lady's got a one that's really good in his center. He's productive. He just doesn't go as good out of his rear leg. We got a real pretty one here that just needs to be manned up. If you would please put your hands together. Another really good class winner.
Winners from Class 4. First place, Emma Reams from Elmore City, Purnell. Second, Mason Wakely from McLeod. Third, Aline Ordonez from Cherokee. Fourth, Jade Graverholt from Altus. Fifth, Cole Ball from Tipton. Sixth, Briston Beck from Winoka. Seventh, Timber Freeman from Cleveland. Eighth, Dayton Walker from Beaver. We've got our final class of Derby pigs coming in the ring. It'll be a smaller class, and then we will need all of our firsts and seconds in each of our previous classes in the sift area so we can show for grand.
another really nice way to wrap up here in the last class in the Derby show. And we do so with really good fashion. The young ladies Barrow that wins this particular drive, just in terms of toughness and agility, I think he does it for us. And the way that he's organized the base of his body, he's a full-centered Barrow that's beautiful in terms of his back line. He's got really good spread. His reach and range of motion out of the base of his skeleton, to me, is really, really good. I thought where he held the advantage is just base width down low and the way everything sets onto his body. I know he's not the biggest bladed and chested one, but I think in this particular setting, plenty good enough to win this particular drive. The one that comes here in 2, that is a big back young lady and a big forerib and a big rib cage laid into one. He's a high-headed Barrow that's driven beautifully. He still gets out and goes good enough at the beginning, in my opinion. As we wear him down, as the drive goes on, he's a bit more upright in the angle of his shoulder. He's a shorter stepping Barrow when you start comparing him to our class winner, but I think one, if you want to talk about muscle shape and pliability through the center portion of his body, that hog's certainly in discussion. One that comes out here in 3, the young man, he wins the hair day for sure. He's got the good flow. He gets that Barrow's head up, and he's a good-headed Barrow that's tall-shouldered. He's a Barrow that's driven perfectly by this young man. He's a big hog that still maintains some muscle in the upper portion of his body. It's just when he comes and goes, young man, he needs to be a little wider at the base of his skeleton. But, man, he's doing a great job with that particular Barrow. Really, really proud of him as he gets out here. The one that comes here next, he's a long-bodied, shapely Barrow. Just needs to move a little better off either end of his body. Put your hands together. Compliment these young people as they head back.
Winners from Class 5. First place, Safari Saunders from Fairview. Second, Peyton Roberts from Ringwood. Third, Samuel Hudgens from Ninnekal. And fourth, Caleb Beatty from Snyder. We'll take a minute and reset the stage. We've got to bring our class winners back to the arena. We're going to actually line up 1 through 10, our top 10 winners. So we'll need, if you're handy close, we may get several head deep in a couple of these classes. The ring tells me we're ready. We'll start by reintroducing our class winners. From Class 1, Rain Brock from Hugo. Representing Class 2, Kason Klein from Fairland. Our winner from Class 3 was Easton Davis from Purcell. And again, our Class 5 winner is Safari Saunders from Fairview. If you happen to have one of the Derby pigs that plays 3rd or 4th, 5th, we might need you in the ring here in a moment. So if you happen to have those and have gone back to pins, please please bring them back to the sift area so we'll have them handy. Again, we're going to go 10 deep in this overall drive.
Well, it's certainly a pleasure to be out here as the Derby started and progressed. And you guys can just chill for just a minute. I think there's some thanks that need to be given for sure for a lot of people that are behind the scenes that work their tail off to get this together. Kylie, Denise, and the Oklahoma Port Council certainly deserve a big round of applause, if you don't mind. Countless hours her and her crew have put into this and been huge supporters here for this event. And I think it's evident that the popularity is growing. If you could look around ringside right now and compare it to the first one, to the volume of people that we have out here, certainly something that is exciting to people and near and dear to my heart, obviously. There at the farm, Christian and I take this very serious and trying to make these things better and better as we go. So very much appreciative for Christian Hammonds, who's the assistant herd manager there at Oklahoma State. Does an outstanding job, passionate, works with young people. I've never seen him turn anybody down that's asked for help or assistance. Just a great young man with a really bright future. With that being said, we've also got other people that have supported. James Cyphers, which I don't know where James is at, but with Mormon Showtech, has been there from day one to be involved in this program, and we appreciate James, and he'll be around here if you'd like to visit with him some more as well. But again, couldn't do it without James there as well. All the folks at Oklahoma State. There's kiddos at home that are probably stopped working to watch this, and the student workers that are breeding these sows, farrowing these sows, and making sure that these babies get to the Derby for the draft. The farm wouldn't exist, and Christian would tell you the same, without the student workers. So again, I'm very proud of them and what they've done and where this has come. Ag teachers, extension agents, parents, grandparents, it takes a village to get anything done in regards of whatever level you compete at. It's a great program that's evident with all the family involvement here. I am 51 years old, and I've been to this show for 50 years. My mom drug me here. I'm born in December. I missed it 1 year, and that's because pigs weren't able to come, and they were stuck way back in the early 80s in some of their county barns. So I've been coming to this event for 50 years, and certainly very alongside of my family, probably as proud of this and what this offers all of the students and exhibitors and families the opportunity to do. To me, in this day and age, is probably the most important thing that we can do. So whether you've come in here today and been first or been last, the experience and the activities and the contest and the production that goes along with it the production that goes along with it, because we can't ever lose sight of what we're doing here. We are not just raising a project. We're raising something that's going to go into the food chain and feed people, right? So we want to do it in a positive, safe, and correct manner and deliver a good product, a high-quality product that will make people or desire and want to consume it. So that's the name of the game. Now, you young people have put countless hours in. It's obvious with skin, hair, the condition that they're in. Very, very proud. Gotten long-winded. I've known Blake Goss all my life, or all his life. He's not as old as I am. I've known him all his life, and a young man that from knee high was thrust and thrown into the ring, and has made it his life. It is his occupation, and I'm going to still continue to call him a young man, but he is as talented as there is in the nation. And Blake, I appreciate you taking out your time to come here and spend with us. Let's give Blake Goss a big round of applause. And again, Blake said it last year when I was out here with Mr. Liston, a big mentor of mine, just to step on this hill. This hill for a lot of us, our age, Blake's age, younger, this is hallowed ground. This is something that is really neat, whether it's a 48 head show or a 4,800 head show. It's very, very neat to get out here and get to work and be amongst all of these. On behalf of Oklahoma State, I appreciate them allowing Christian and I to do what we do. I hope that we are making you guys proud. And again, it goes back to the student workers, but have a faculty supervisor that may be around here, Dr. Scott Carter. Dr. Carter has been instrumental in making and allowing Christian and I to do some things and make some decisions to hopefully improve the farm. And so, again, I appreciate Dr. Carter, Dr. Coffey, all the people at Oklahoma State. They've been very, very supportive. So you kiddos fire these things back up. We're getting ready to name a grand champion. I'm going to turn it back over here in a minute to Mr. Goss. But I think as you study these 5 classes, and he hit the nail on the head, again, he's as good and compassionate about this industry as anybody there is. But there's one out here that's just extra tall-fronted, extra good-looking, extremely fresh in his presentation. Big-backed, big-bodied, heavy-boned, sound and functional. I'm going to let Mr. Goss go shake the hand of the grand champion, Derby Barrow. And if you will, put your hands together and congratulate this exhibitor. Outstanding pig, good Barrow, done a nice job. Congratulations.
We've got our numbers right up here. Our grand champion 2026 Derby exhibitor is Easton Davis from Purcell. That's from Class 3. We'll bring Imani Luna from Hollis to the ring to show for reserve.
Well, in typical Mr. Coakley fashion, he took about 95% of what I was going to say. And I'll tell you, the man with the beard, I've known him my whole life. And I'll tell you, just being an alumni and getting the call to come do this at the Oklahoma Youth Expo is something that I'll never forget. I was in Barn 8 when he called, and I said, well, I don't know how many clothes I got. I'm not going back home, but I'll piece something together. I don't always judge in Nikes, I promise, but it's just what we had to work with. I appreciate the opportunity, and I tell you, the Oklahoma Port Council, there's so many things that this barn needs to give them. I promise you they don't get enough credit for what all they do, and it all starts with that woman right there. So if you would, put your hands together for her. And the second thing I want to bring up, I think there's no better time right now as an ag teacher or as somebody that helps young people to mentor them to be better humans. We live in a very cruel world. Sometimes a young person just needs a friend. And with building a friend, you build a relationship, and then you get to teach them about life through four-legged animals. And if that doesn't drive you to be a better human, probably just need to go work and do something else. Because this is the future. They ain't going to come up with a cure for all of us to live forever. So it's really important to create relationships in this business. It's a people business. And the cool thing is when you teach these young people that, they can go in the real world because there's not very many businesses that aren't people-oriented. So let's build these kids up. Let's bring new people into this program. We can all sell them high. We can go buy the high dollar gilt. We can breed them to the highest dollar pig. And we can make the highest dollar babies. And maybe sometimes they feed, maybe sometimes they don't. But there's one thing in this business that's never changed in my 29 years of living. I can remember about 27 of them. And it's the people. It's the people you surround yourself with. It's the people that you would rather go to battle with, and you would take them with you because they know you got your back. Pigs are cool. I'm obsessed with them. But there's nothing like creating relationships with people to help them be better. And for the ag teachers and the parents that supported this program, I want you guys to get as loud as you can because this is one of the coolest opportunities in this business. Put your hands together for them all. We're going to put the microphone down here. I might never get to judging these lights again. I know why it takes judges a couple classes to get going. I don't get speechless very often, but this makes you a guy a little nervous. Proud of these kids, proud of this program, proud of the people behind it. We're really, really proud of the top here. I think this barrel right here to my right fits up really good with your gram.
Reserve Grand is shown by Kason Klein from Fairland. This is from Class 2. We'll need McKinley Bounds to the ring. Congratulations to Imani Lewis from Class 3. She's our third overall Derby winner this year. She's from Hollis. Our fourth overall comes from Class 4. That's Emma Reams from Elmore City. We need Mason Wakely to the ring from McLeod. Our fifth overall comes from Class 5. That's Safari Sanders from Fairview. We need Peyton Roberts from Ringwood in the ring. Cashton Hart, you were the third overall in Class 3. We need you in the show ring. Our sixth overall comes from Class 3 as well. That's Cashton Hart from Kiefer. We need Hadasha Diallo from Tipton in the ring. Our seventh overall comes from Class 1. That's Rain Brock from Hugo. We need Imani Luna from Hollis in the ring from Class 1. Our eighth overall comes from Class 4. That's Mason Wakely from McLeod. We need Aline Ordonez in the ring. Our ninth overall comes from Class 3. That's Hadassah Diallo from Tipton. We need Nathan Rogers in the ring. That's number 9. And our 10th and final selection in this year's Derby competition is exhibited by Aline Ordonez from Cherokee. Congratulations to our winners. We will set up and give away some hardware and swag for our other competitions throughout for record keeping, body performance, carcass evaluation, the test, so on and so forth here in just a moment. Okay, we need each and every one of our Derby exhibitors to park their animal somewhere with someone responsible, preferably, and return to the show ring at this time, maybe through the alley where you entered in the first place. One more time, if you happen to be one of our Derby exhibitors, we need each and every one of you in the show ring at this time. We're missing a handful. As soon as we get you here, we will proceed with the overall awards ceremony and narrow this down to the top 5 sweepstakes winners that we'll interview later today for an overall winner. That'll be presented at the Grand Drive on Thursday. One more call for each and every one of our exhibitors in the Derby show. We need you in the show ring. There's one sneaking in the back gate. I think we're ready to do our overall awards ceremony, except for the sweepstakes winner, which again will be recognized at the Grand Drive event on Thursday evening. As I mentioned earlier, the students were graded or ranked on several different activities that took place throughout the time with the project. So the first thing that they did, they had to keep records throughout the process, and they were ranked 1 through 5. We're going to award 5 spots in each of these. So record keeping was the first. What all dignitaries we need in the ring to award things. Kylie, if it's okay with you, we'll do these in reverse order. We'll go 5 through 1. Is that okay? Got it? Okay. In 5th place on the record-keeping portion of the project, congratulations to Hannah Hensley from Cherokee. Our 4th place winner, Dalton Fife from Grove. In 3rd place, Aline Ordonez from Cherokee. By the way, don't wander off. You are all eligible to win in each of these categories, so we don't want you to leave after you place in something. 2nd place for record keeping, Peyton Roberts from Ringwood. And our winner for records keeping, Peyton Duthett from Perkins Tryon. So through that record, part of what they did with record keeping helped us create the next 2 categories for animal performance and in the carcass merit. Feed conversion, so on and so forth, was what we were tracking when we were looking at the next category of winners for project performance. Starting in 5th place, Samuel Hudgens from Ninnekah. Fourth place, Jade Graverholt from Altus. Third place, Peyton Roberts from Ringwood. Second place, Caleb Beatty from Snyder. And our winner in performance was Safari Saunders from Fairview. Congratulations to our winners in the performance portion of the contest. Next, we will give you your top 5 in carcass evaluation, carcass merit. Number 5, Safari Saunders from Fairview. Fourth place, Timber Freeman from Cleveland. Third place, Aileen Ordonez from Cherokee. Second place, Emma Reams from Elmore City, Purnell. And a winner for carcass valuation, Samuel Hudgens from Ninnekah. Congratulations. The fourth portion of this competition was a written exam. They did that this morning, I think. Fifth place in the written exam, Aline Ordonez from Cherokee. Fourth place, Peyton Roberts from Ringwood. Third place, Adeline Anderson from Blanchard. Second place, Safari Saunders from Fairview. And our high score on the test today was created by Dalton Fife from Grove. The fifth portion of our show today had to do with showmanship. They were graded while they were in the ring, showing in the actual show. Fifth place in showmanship, Emma Reams from Elmore City, Purnell. Fourth place, Kason Klein from Fairland. Third place, Imani Luna from Hollis. Second place, Brantley Farley from Kellyville. And first place, Hannah Hensley from Cherokee. Okay, we have two things left to do here. Of course, we just got through placing the show, and we'll reintroduce those winners. Our fifth overall was Safari Saunders from Fairview. I think you should already have your hardware for that. Fourth place, Emma Reams, Elmore City Purnell. Third place, Imani Luna from Hollis. Our reserve grand was Kason Klein from Fairland. And our grand was exhibited by Easton Davis from Purcell. Photo op time. There you go. So what's left is the sweepstakes winners, and as you can kind of see and figure out, several of these students have got multiple banners, right? And so we collaborate all of those divisions to pick our top five, our 5 highest placing in no particular order students, and they will need to stay here, come to the desk here when you're called out. I'm assuming you'll have a photo op for them. But we need to get you situated because the last thing you'll have to do is do your interview later today, and we've got a time-in sheet for you to sign in for that. And then those 5 students will also need to be handy for the grand drive on Thursday because that's when we will determine who the official sweepstakes winners are. So in no particular order, our sweepstakes winners thus far are Aline Ordonez from Cherokee, Emma Reams from Elmore City, Peyton Roberts from Ringwood, Safari Saunders from Fairview, and Adeline Anderson from Blanchard. Congratulations to our exhibitors. Congratulations to those that made the sweepstakes. We'll get a photo op here. Ladies that are in the sweepstakes, we need you to sign up for a slot for interview time today and further instructions. We've got that here at the desk, so don't leave without that. I think that excuses the rest of you. Thank you for participating in the Derby this year, and thank you for everybody that's been here today supporting these students.
We're going to get started here with our tribute show at 12:40. So in about 15 minutes, we're going to get started. Class 1 Berks, you need to be in the holding ring at this time. This is also your second call for our NSR division. All right, we're ready to get started here with our Champions Tribute Show this morning. We're starting with our Berkshire class. Our judge this morning is Mr. Cole Murphy. Cole Murphy is a livestock producer from Missouri dedicated to raising quality cattle and show pigs, managing his alongside his family. Growing up around agriculture shaped his passion for livestock, eventually leading him to Lakeland College and Kansas State University on a collegiate livestock judging scholarship. Cole remains committed to supporting the future of the livestock industry and communities it forms. Let's give a round of applause for our judge this morning, Mr. Cole Murphy.
Well, really excited, and man, I've been looking forward to this for a long time. A really good way to get rolling with the young man's Barrow. I think this one just fits me, and honestly, in this class, he runs away with it for just what I like. Show barrows that fit the fundamentals and then take it with extras, if you will. That barrow is broad underneath. He's good in the shape to his back. He's bold when you climb right into him. His skeleton's still good from the side. I'm not going to tell you that just the set of his blade up high or maybe his chest coming right at me is perfect, but I thought within this group, his ability to combine hard shape up high, some density and some excitement from the side, and still some athleticism was a really good place to start. 2 and 3, man, they're different in terms of type and kind. I just resonate with a little more stoutness of the young lady up front here, a little stouter about his head, a little denser about his arm, and for that, that's only a direct correlation to the fact that that bear is so much bolder when you climb right into him in terms of his fore rib, his mid rib, his upper hip, and this view going away is very good. We compare him to our winner. He can't be our class winner because he's not as intense at the surface, he's not as far-reaching in terms of his look, and he's not as sharp in his edge up high. I just like what that pig does in terms of stoutness and bulk relative to this pair. Really extended bear that comes out. The young lady's done a tremendous job with. Extended out front, probably just as long out ahead of his shoulder as anything within the class. He's good and high cut ability in his shape up high. Within the group, he wants to get rounder in terms of his rump, doesn't piece together from the side, and then of the group, the frailest at the surface and just the flattest in his body, but a loose built, mobile, extended barrel. Man, always going to be a good spot within the industry for those. Great way to get started. Man, a good set of kids.
Results of Class 1 Berks. First place was shown by Case Ellison of Fairland FFA. Second place went to Caitlin Wood of Sayre FFA, and third place also went to Caitlin Wood of Sayre FFA.
Really good class here. Both of them are shapely, broad built and dense. For me, the one that sets his shoulder more appropriately, is longer out of his rump, more athletic and coordinated in his rear step needs to win, and that's the young lady's Duroc. Man, this thing is neat. He comes at you good at the base of his sternum. He's sharp out top, and when you climb right into this guy, he's impressive. To be broad built at his blade, facilitate that type of shape to an upper hip that is that true and still remain flexible. Hey, I like that pig a good deal. Then from the side, he paints a neat image. That's a good pig. This one comes in and not knowing what you're going to get. It's easy to get excited about this one because you climb right into him. He's good in his shape up high. He's really good just in the shape of his fore rib. His mid-body turn is nice. And then again, another one, man, he's aired up when you climb right in behind him. He didn't want to get out off of either end. As good as our class winner, he's a little more vertical in terms of his shoulder, and because of that, his neck comes lower out of the top side of his blade, and then he wanted to search and swing just a shot more than the Duroc did out of his back. But man, that is a good pig that ran into a very nice one. A good pair and an even better set of young ladies. Let's give them a hand.
Results of Class 1 NSR Division. First place was shown by Brooklyn Wines of Kiefer FFA, and second place went to Macy Peacock of Tecumseh.
Good class, and man, we've got some sword and some discussion in 2 and 3 that I'll get into, but I think we got a pig that combines them here to win. A Barrow that's sharp out ahead of his shoulder and neat in his look like the pig we've got in third. He's really good in terms of just his back line and the shape laid into him. That Barrow's rib cage and just his genuine consistency of width, I thought smoked the class, and still from the side, I thought he elevated a little better than the Barrow in 2. I thought that he was able to get out and just giddy up and go a little better. I'm not going to tell you he's just the densest one at the surface, and I think that starts with just the shape of his head that we've seen. But man, I thought within this group, building them the way I want, functional, genuine in their width, and still having some neat pieces, I thought that one was where I needed to start pretty convincingly. 2 and 3 I thought was close. For me though, when I climb in behind him, the Barrow that's just more genuine and consistent in his width is the young lady right here closer to me. Not only is that Barrow broader in terms of just his body, he's bigger in his upper hip, and where he sets his hock relative to his upper hip and his dew claw is by some margin just more appealing to me. No doubt, if we want him to win this class, he needs to be longer built out back. He needs to be able to elevate just a shot more up front, but I thought just strip it back and make him market animals first. His ability to be muscular, wide built, and still have enough in terms of look and balance needed to start. This one here is as sharp looking as any of them in terms of where his neck ties into his shoulder. Young lady's done a really good job feeding a fresh back shape up into her Barrow. Barrow. Very good in that regard. Just at the same token, as big as he is up high, he gets a little flatter and just drier in terms of his body and his view going away. Barrow wants to pull and tuck his hind leg. I just wish he was a shot more just consistent and genuine all the way through. That's a neat look. A very good showman. Congratulations, a good group of those Duroc Barrows there.
Results of Class 2 NSR. First place was shown by Kennedy Hicks of Sterling FFA. Second place went to Charlie Edwards of Sayre FFA. And third place was shown by Isabella Lucky from Morrison FFA. We're now showing for Champion NSR. Your winner out of Class 1 was Macy Peacock. And your Class 2 winner was Kennedy Hicks from Sterling.
Really good pair of these Duroc Barrows as we work into naming a champion. I think both of these pigs fit my bill just in terms of being broad at the base of their sternum. They're muscular Barrows that are opened up when you climb in behind them and still paint a neat image from the side. To be honest with you, one just does it to a farther reaching standard in terms of skull shape, arm, back shape, rib cage. He's still able to get out and go with athleticism. I think a very nice pig that fits this judge well. Young lady out of our first class here is going to be our champion. Congratulations.
And congratulations, your champion NSR Barrow comes out of Class 1, shown by Macy Peacock from Tecumseh FFA.
We drop out that one that was second, and I talked. That was a good pig. That was the first one through the gate in a good class. Love what that pig does in the middle portion of his skeleton in terms of just his body, his back shape. He's denser than the other class winner in terms of his arm and his rear bone. With that, I don't know if he's near as sharp on the top side of his shoulder. I don't know if he's as loose built in terms of just the way he's constructed. So I think it's kind of a neat debate there. Just the way that I like livestock, though, I get it. I'm going to give up a little bit from their underline down to get the one that is just so much broader built underneath, more comfortable in terms of their skeleton. I'm going to keep the Durocs together. Right here is going to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
And your reserve champion NSR Barrow comes out of Class 2, shown by Kennedy Hicks from Sterling FFA.
Really good class, and honestly, if we could take parts and pieces from all of these four, I think we could really make one we like. And if you want to jumble them up, hey, we can do that. I'm just going to tell you how I saw them, maybe where I prioritized them, and how I got to this alignment. I thought that within the top three of them, I thought this was the Barrow that kind of became the combination, if you will. He's tall at the point of his shoulder. His maturity pattern's a little better than the pig we've got in third. He resembles the Hereford a shot more in terms of look and balance, yet he's got some more bulk, some more density, some more spread, like the one that we put in third. I think that pig still balances good from the side. I think he's stouter in terms of his arms, stouter in terms of his skull, bigger in terms of his rear bone, and better in terms of just his rib cage than the Barrow in two. I think that the length of his rump, the build of his hind leg, and his skeletal set off both ends laps the one in three. Thought that was a very nice Chester pig, a very nice pig to go ahead and start. Thought 2 and 3 became close, but ultimately, as these things get out, just their flexibility, the looseness out of their hip, their rear step, and their ability to elevate, I like the Hereford to be next. And no doubt from his underline down, I'm giving up some arm, I'm giving up a little bit of rear bone, and I'm all good with that, because I think when you make the totals the main goal, this is just a better pig in my mind in terms of length of rump, set of hock, build of his hind leg, the slope of his shoulder, and the set of his knees more appropriate in my mind. And then he has the ability to elevate and set his neck high on his shoulder. I like that pig. No doubt the Bolin is as broad built and just as wide constructed as anything we've seen. When you climb right into him, he is huge bladed. He is very big in terms of where his upper hip sits, and he facilitates width throughout. The longer the drive wears on, and even when he first came out, that Barrow got just a shot too vertical off both ends for me. His shoulder rocked forward, and then from his hock to the surface, I just needed to see a little more bend and flexibility in that Barrow. But I thought that his width underneath, his rib cage, and his shape was just a shot more genuine than the Barrow that we round out with, because the one we round out with I want to get into in terms of look up front, in terms of stoutness of feature, and want to say that, man, he paints a neat image, but when I climb into him, just the flatness of his forerib, the shallowness back to his flank, he gets a little different in his rear step too. But that's a good pig, really challenging yet high quality group of four, and a great set of those kids. Let's give them a big hand. Good CPS division.
Results of our CPS division. First place was shown by Kaysen McCarley of Central High 4-H. Second place went to Channing Anderson of Coweta FFA. Third place was shown by Charlie Edwards of Sayre FFA. And fourth place was shown by Cambry Holden of Sterling 4-H. We're now showing Class 1 in our crossbred division.
Man, this is fun, and these top four I think are way good, and there's parts and pieces down the line I really, really like. My class winner's not perfect the way he uses his rear pastern. We can talk about it, we can get hard on it. I'm not sure there's a huge upgrade, and from there up, he smokes them in my mind. He's the neatest looking up high. He's overwhelming when you climb right into him in terms of just the way that he turns on the top side of his skeleton. His rib cage is awesome. His chest, I put a lot of view and just value, whether anyone else agrees with it, in the way that they're constructed in their sternum right up front. I think he's one of the better two in that regard. This view going away, he still remains square, and it's scary that he can be like that and still have range of motion from the side. No doubt, if you got beat by him, the posture of his hind leg gets a little funky, and I'll be honest, it bothers me, but he still has the ability to flex and reach. I think he's very, very unique and far-reaching to ever just for me to get too critical on him. The pig in two, I thought, got there because within the next group of them, he was the one that combined a show bearer look up front with more chest than the bearer that comes in three, and he's got more back shape, more rib cage, and more bulk than the bearer that comes in four. He does some of the same things, too, out of his hip and his rump, and I get critical of length of hip and the way these things get out at times. And in this group, you kind of got to give up a little bit of that, and I thought that this pig was the next best blend of some chest width, some real rib cage with some skeletal and structure and still some back shape. We could tweak him a little out back, but I thought a good pig. I thought his view coming right at me in terms of chest width, in terms of rib cage, and the flare to his stifle got him over the one that comes out next, because this view right here is what I like. It's what I've always liked in terms of look up front, in terms of length of rump, in terms of posture to his hind legs. Maybe the best in class. I climb right into him, and I can't convince myself there's enough hog in terms of chest, in terms of rib cage. His back has some width. He doesn't have quite as much true, hard, crisp shape when we get him up here in the bright lights as what the top trio does, but he's built for speed out back. He's really good in terms of his look. I wish he came at me broader. I wish he was a little bulkier in his rib cage, but I thought that his length of rump, the drop to his hind leg, and the set of his shoulder got him over the next bear that's tougher in terms of his head, that's a little broader in terms of his chest. This pig's polarizing at first. He's neat in his color. He's sharp from the outside in terms of his edge up high, beautiful in terms of his look. You climb in, and when I just really dig in on him, he comes in a couple more places. I want to get critical of him. His body of the top four is the flattest. His forerib and his rib cage, his spread up high is also fourth. And then for that, I'd be a little more forgiving if he could flat, giddy out, and boogie in terms of hip and hind leg. He's still good enough in his step, but he's a little straighter in just the set of his hog, a little shorter in his rump. But that is a neat head, a beautiful look. Skin, hair, presentation, absolutely wicked. It hurts me to put one that came to the show like this fourth. I like this pig just in terms of what he represented in a market hog, in terms of a huge back, a good look out front. He's awesome in terms of his rib cage. He ran out of some feature when we rolled him back out, and he got a little more vertical off of both ends. But I thought that when we compared him to the pig that's coming in sixth, he was much squarer in terms of what he did with his hip, where his tail set onto his body. I preferred the way that his upper line and everything laid into him. This one became a problem for me because, man, he's polarizing in spots in terms of forearm size, in terms of just density all the way throughout. His hind leg's enormous. I get pretty critical of what he does with his hip and his hind leg. We got to take his tail and just yank it way up on where it sits on his hip. That does, though, allow him to absolutely run uphill, and he's neat from the side. With that, though, for as stout as he is at the surface, he needs to be truly broader and more shapely when I climb right into him. But if you just want to sit back and talk about hard to make pieces in terms of forearm, density, and look, I think he did that to a very high degree. I just wish that we could fix him and level him out in a spot or two. I wanted to like the blue pig so bad for what he represented when he first came out. Giant back, sharp out front in terms of his look. I thought that his chest and just his genuine width throughout was so good and really resonated with me as a judge as we kept going, though, and I kept wanting him to take another gear. He actually did the opposite, and he got a little more vertical off of both ends. I just wish he had the ability to get out and just catch a gear because I love his look, and he's got a big, fresh back and all sorts of shape. I commend the young lady for doing a really good job. Good pig comes out next. good in terms of his build, stout in terms of his feature. I thought when we got right down to it, the top 8, he became the most Manila in terms of his shape. I thought that he wanted to funnel the most and close up off of both ends when we climbed right into him, but I really liked what he stood for in terms of skeletal integrity and balance. I just wish he came just a shot, just stouter and broader throughout. Really muscular, carcass-oriented pig on the top part of his skeleton. Young man gave it all he had in terms of roll and ditch up high. Man, it's really good. With that, though, I couldn't get him to balance right in terms of his upper line because of it. I couldn't get the length of his hip to be right where I wanted it, but man, he's shapely, he's broad, and he's awfully well taken care of. High tying one comes out next. Wild looking, beautiful from the side. We climb right into him. This pig becomes the most disappointing of the group in terms of true back shape and muscularity, and with that, he swings them plenty wide behind. I just couldn't make it all make sense in terms of shape and rear leg set. That's a beautiful look, young man. Very good job on the stick. Really fun class. Congratulations to an awesome set of those kids.
Results of Class 1 crossbreds. First place was shown by Tucker Hughes from Cyril FFA. Second place went to Doc Downing of Grove FFA. Third place was shown by Maddie Doofer of Caddo FFA. Fourth place went to Kylie Blim of Mulhall, Orlando. Fifth place was shown by Kendall Beller of Coweta. Sixth place went to Jesse Peacock of Tecumseh 4-H. Seventh place went to Kelly Bradshaw of Piedmont 4-H. Eighth place was shown by Gunnar New of Sterling FFA. Ninth place went to Rowdy Burns of Walters 4-H, and 10th place was shown by Riggs Dowell of Guthrie 4-H. We're now showing Class 2 Crossbred Champions Tribute Bearers.
Really, really good class, and I like the pair up high. These are the two that are square built, muscular, and still come with enough. I thought that the pig that we used to win, everything pieced together just a shot better in his upper line for me. The way that his pole ties into his crest, into his shoulder, into just his tail root, and all that I thought was just a shot more seamless than the Barrow in two. Awesome built at the surface. I love the way that this Barrow gets out and goes, fresh in his shape up high with a big arm and a neat look, and still one that's shapely when you climb into him. I'm not going to tell you he's as expansive in terms of just his rib cage and maybe right on the top part of his skeleton as is our 1 and 2, but man, beautiful built, really high presented, and then we just talk about making them fundamentally good, and then whether you like it or not, we talk about the neat aesthetics in the ring in terms of bone, look, and hair, whether it's good or not. He's got it, and I'll talk about it because I know how much it takes to get one to looking like that. Nice job, young lady. I love the Barrow in 2's skull shape. His back line is so fresh in terms of muscularity. He's better in terms of the shape of just his rib cage than is our one that wins. I couldn't get this pig's just his front foot, and then when I get him to the side, I couldn't get just the shape of his crest and the way that everything blended up high to be quite as good as the one that wins. I also couldn't get just his rear step to be quite as good, and that's getting really critical just in terms of just his ankle when you get right down into him. But man, that is a good pig, young lady. Stout noggin, good shape, big caboose from behind. I like that pig a good deal. Really good group. This one from the side I get behind all day because he runs uphill. He has a huge back, and it is fresh, and it's genuine, and it sits in him so good, and it facilitates a fresh, easy-feeding rib cage that I like. Young lady right here, and you trying to show it. That's just where I can't get behind him, particularly his right hind leg just needs to be square, but man, he runs uphill. Chest is good. Back is beautiful. Fed into him. Got to just square him up for this judge from behind. But, man, awesome job getting that one drove. I thought this pig's elevation, length in just up front and just his upper line needed to get to the scale. We get him back out here with the group of them. I thought that the shape of his head told his story in terms of the base of his chest, in terms of just his body and his rear bone. Just needed to intensify him and lengthen him in terms of his rump, but that is an awesome upper line. He runs uphill. Skin and hair is absolutely beautiful, young man. Congratulations to you. Talk to these two young ladies that came out next, and we'll roll them out. I thought this pig was just a little better looking up front, a little neater in terms of just his balance from the side. Thought both of them were muscular in their own right, but comparatively needed to be opened up and just a little more dimensional throughout. That's a really fun class. More impressively, a great set of those kids. Congratulations to them.
Results of Class 2 Crossbreds. First place was shown by Neely Pritchard from Weatherford FFA. Second place went to Kinsley Devers of Merritt FFA. Third place was shown by Bailey Weeks of Meeker. Fourth place went to Callan Hicks of Sterling FFA. Fifth place was shown by Adley Dye of Lawton, and sixth place was shown by Mackenzie Kidd, also of Lawton. We're now ready for our champion crossbred drive. Your Class 1 winner was Tucker Hughes from Cyril FFA. And your Class 2 winner was Neely Pritchard.
Really, really fun division to get in. And these two hit me the best in their classes. and there were seconds, third, and fourths as we rolled down that were really, really good. And honestly, what you expect whenever you get the call to come and do a show like this. It's been really fun, and I know that this is just the showcase barras or the futurity barras, but man, there's some quality within these things, and I think you guys as breeders should be really, really excited, and we'll get some purebreds back in here in a second. I like my pair of class winners. I like my pair of seconds. Really, really good. There's differences within them. We talked the one up front that won the first class. Yeah. Is he perfect in his rear ankle? No, he's not. But, man, from there up, a hard-to-make animal with hard back shape. Look, what I like about him is, man, his chest is broad and the slope of his shoulder, the set of his knee, and his front foot security is really good. And then he opens up like that. I think that's a very neat animal. And this one here, right off the cuff, initially, I like that pig just in terms of what he does from the side, in terms of look and balance. His flexibility, I thought, was very, very good. And within that class, that was a good pair. Thought he had the upper hand. You get him back out here, and individually, man, that barra has muscle. He has shape. It's very good. I don't know if maybe just the shape of his neck and just his look up front is quite as just captivating as the one that wins the first class, but he's better in terms of his rear ankle. So obviously, I think there's some trade-offs. You get them back out here. I like them both. I think one of them just hits me a shot better. I'm not going to single trait livestock, something my dad told me never do. When they're hard to make, they hit you hard. They do neat things. Don't matter if they're not quite perfect in their rear ankle. Neat pig, young man. Class 1's my champion. Congratulations to you. We drop in a good second. I like this pig. Stout, tough mug, transitions into a big, hard shape. Man, skin and hair and presentation on this thing's absolutely dynamic, and it's lights out. A tough arm and a big back. We get him back out here, and man, I like the slope and just the posture of his rear leg. I don't know if the length of his rump and his just plan and push is quite 100, but man, that thing does some neat things. We get him out here. I think it's close, but for me, both of them are good looking. Both of them are hard backed. One of them's just a little more my speed and the way they construct it out back. Young Lady's Blue is going to be reserved. Congratulations to her.
And congratulations, your champion crossbred barra comes out of Class 1, shown by Tucker Hughes from Cyril FFA. Your reserve breed champion comes out of Class 2, shown by Neely Pritchard of Weatherford FFA. We're now showing for your champion overall tribute barra. Your champion Berkshire was shown by Case Ellison. Your champion NSR is shown by Macy Peacock. Your champion CPS is shown by Kaysen McCarley. And your champion crossbred is shown by Tucker Hughes. Let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause.
We get our four breed division winners, if you will, back out here, and it gets to be very fun, and I like them all very good. In terms of from the Berkshire, I thought did things to a high degree and won that breed with ease, all the way to what was a really deep and fun set of crosses, even though there was a couple classes to work through. I think it's been a lot of fun, and honestly, I'm not I'm not going to say a ton. I know we still got some purebreds to work through, but I just want to say, guys, don't take this for granted, what you guys have in terms of whether it was something as unique and fun to watch and as meaningful as the show earlier, or to be able to have a show or a sale, months ago where you can buy pigs of this quality that puts you in an opportunity like this. Don't take any of that for granted, or this venue and these lights up on a place that, like Mr. Coakley said, was hollow ground, if you will, or sacred to you guys. Don't take any of that for granted. Never do. And, man, make the most of every opportunity. Surround yourself with very, very good people. And, man, it's going to be a really fun ride, no matter how long it lasts. With that, we get back out here. I like all four of them good. I think there's one that hits me hard in terms of being a market fundamental Barrow first, packing on the extras. We talked about it. We can critique him in one spot. I'm not going to beat him, though, young man. Crossbred's my favorite. Congratulations to him.
Your grand champion tribute bearer is the Crossbred, shown by Tucker Hughes from Cyril FFA.
We jump out the blue, and I like that pig. We talked about how he was an upgrade from our champion in terms of just the posture of his hind leg. I didn't know if he transitioned as good in terms of just the shape of his neck and his crest, quite as broad when I climbed right into his mid-body. But, man, he comes back out here, and I like that pig. I like the Chester bearer for what he represents. I thought he was a muscular bearer that we still talked about, his build being good enough within that group. You got to ask yourself, is the length of his rump quite good enough? Is he quite just broad enough from behind? I thought the Berkshire was the one that within that population was the one that was opened up underneath. He was genuine in terms of stoutness of bone. We get him back out here and does everything just piece and fit together from the side. That's your question there. I like the Duroc really, really good in terms of look, stoutness of mug, forearm, and back shape. You get him back out here, and, man, is where he just plants with his rear foot and just his hip and the way it all plants. Is it 100? I'm not sure, but I think he gets right into it. Very, very close. I love what that pig represents in terms of look and back shape. So, like I said, it becomes close between this pair over here. I think both of them are sharp looking. Both of them are hard backed with all sorts of feature. For me, one of them's a shot leveler out back, a shot more 100 when we work right down to the surface. Young ladies, blue's going to be reserved. Congratulations.
And your reserve grand champion, Champions Tribute bearer, comes out of the Crossbred division, shown by Neely Pritchard. Let's give those kids one more round of applause.
For first class of these purebreds is any indication of what we're going to have, it's going to be really, really fun. Young man right here, just for me, is the one that I need to land on. I'm not going to tell you he's the loosest built out back or maybe just the best in the slope of his shoulder, but whenever I get past just some things initially, I think within the group his structure becomes very, very good, and with that, his ability to elevate a stouter head atop his shoulder, be broad and fresh in terms of his back, and still what I like, even though we got just a little critical of the length of his rump, he still remains plenty square for me going away to do that. I thought that when we compared him to the Barrow in 2, he was stouter built in terms of his bone work. He was better in the way that his neck transitioned into the top side of his shoulder, and he just pieced together an image a shot better from the side. When this thing decides that he wants to be a show pig up here, I really like his look from the side, from his blade back, in terms of the way that his upper line's laid into him. He's fresh in terms of his back, and honestly, whenever he makes a pass for the young lady and doesn't fight her, I like the use and the athleticism of his hind leg, still square and long in terms of his rump. My problems with him come in the front part of his skeleton. He wants to get just a shot more forward in the angle of his shoulder and his knee. Subsequently, that paired with the fact he's fighting her, he never wants to elevate. I think naturally he's built just a little lower set in his neck, and then from his underline down doesn't pack near just the density and stoutness to the surface as does our class winner. I thought a really nice pair. The one that's different comes in third because if you just gotta just live and die on the hill of just feature and power, this becomes your class winner. As short-backed, as broad up high, as dense-mugged, and as stout-armed as any of them. My problems with this pig just come as we work into just his rear skeleton. He never wants to giddy up and go in terms of catch-a-gear, and with that, I think it's partially a problem if he's built just too short and compact in his rump. He wants to pull his hind leg and close a little bit at the surface, but that's getting really critical of a stout-jawed, really, really dense type of a Barrow that's very unique. I just wish I could reorganize his rear skeleton. Flip the script and we land on this one. Tall-shouldered, really neat outline type of hog. I thought was good enough in terms of his build. Within the top 4, he became the one that was the most closed up in terms of his skeleton, the most manila in his back line, the narrowest as he goes away. But I thought that his image from the side, the length of just his rump and just the posture of his shoulder got him over this one here. This is just a nice type of pig in terms of practicality, in terms of body shape. I thought this pig's hind leg was stout and utilized right. We get into him and get off to the side of him. Of the top 5, he became the one I couldn't get to piece together right in terms of just his neckline, his elevation, and then you climb into him. I thought he became just the poorest in terms of true back shape. This one here is sharp looking and big edged when you climb into him. Initially, I liked this pig pretty good, and then as we kept rolling, he wanted to get more and more vertical up front, rock forward on his knee. I just had to loosen him up a bit if we ever wanted to make a play. But from his underline up, I love that Barrow's look. I love his back shape. I just wish he wouldn't have got so tight on us out here. I did think that he was leveler built on the top part of just his skeleton and just a little more extended throughout than the one we've got next, a muscular pig that just gets a little too round built in terms of his rump. We land with one that is loose built from the side and extended. I just thought of the group, not only got a little more vertical in terms of his hind leg, but more importantly was the one that wanted to close up and narrow the most. But a good set of kids and a nice set of pigs. Let's give him a big hand. Good way to start the Purebred Hamps.
Results of Class 1 Purebred Hamps. First place was shown by Reed Allen of Red Oak FFA. Second place went to Cadence Stodd of Meeker FFA. Third place was shown by Reagan Long of Veneta FFA. Fourth place went to Henley Howell of Newcastle 4-H. Fifth place was shown by Tori Wilkerson of Cleveland County 4-H. Sixth place went to Penny Isaacs of JFFA. Seventh place was shown by Spencer Wilkerson of Cleveland County 4-H. And eighth place was shown by Joy Kernetsky of Moore FFA. We're now showing Class 2 Purebred Hampshire Barrows. Following Class 3 in our Purebred Hamp division, we will do a overall lineup, and we will be lining up 10 for the Purebred Hamp drive. So if you are 1st through 5th in Classes 1 through 3, you need to stick around in the holding pens for our division lineup following Class 3.
Really, really good pair. As these go away from me is where I think that my class winner needs to win. From his upper hip to his hock to his dew claw is by some margin more square, and still, he's still more coordinated out of his rump. He's still looser built and just hinged. I'm just more comfortable with this view right here. He's not just as wild in terms of his shape up high as the 1 and 2, but with that, though, he paints a beautiful image from the side. I think his upper line lays in him better. He transitions everything a shot better from the side. Still, sharp-looking Hampshire Barrow that can get out and boogie, and when they go directly away from me, I think his squareness hits me a shot better. I like that pig. No doubt, climb right into him. This one's broader. He's bolder just when I work right into just his back. Absolutely hydrated beautifully. His upper hip is good. With that, though, he's pushing the envelope for me, and where he sets his hock relative to his rear foot, he's getting plenty wide for me. And with that, though, I don't know if everything pieces quite as sharp on the top side of that pig's just skeleton. If you prefer a shot of extra punch and just say, hey, I got to live or die with a little back shape, we can sort them, and I'm good with it. Just for me and the kind of show pigs I like, I say my class winner's got more than enough to be built square from behind. This one's unique to me because initially this pig hits you just a little quicker maturing, and I think that that's still true, but honestly, you just break that back and take a little condition off of him up front. This is a good pig. Hard-backed, big-armed with a big hind leg. He still remains square whenever you climb in behind him. We get comparative of him compared to the top two. He's not as sharp-looking, and for as big as he is up high, as stout as he is at the ground, that bear needs to be pried open more right at the base of his sternum. But I thought that just his comfort level, his trip today, he needed to beat this pig. I like this pig, and I want him to act a shot better. I don't know if maybe he's just got a little hot and worked up, but I like what he has in terms of skull shape, in terms of arm. His back is as crisp and as rolled out as any of them. He just doesn't piece it all together from the side. He wants to come up in his shoulder. He wants to search a little behind, but man, some far-reaching pieces on that one. I wish everything came together a little better. This one pieces a shot better up high than the one that goes right out ahead of him, but when I climb into him, when he comes at me and he goes away from me, I just got to make the call. That bear just needs to be pried apart a shot more. He needs to be a little better in terms of his look, better at his chest, and better just in terms of his back line, in terms of shape. But that's a good, loose-built, very functional Hampshire. I like this bear's height of shoulder. I like the stoutness of his rear bone. We get critical on him is when he comes right at me is where that bear needs to be fixed. He wants to come in at his knee and narrow at his chest, and then from the side, I couldn't get everything to blend and piece together quite as good. But that's a big hind leg. I thought that his stability up front, his durability of just his front foot and just his stoutness of feature got him over this one. When this pig wants to be a show pig, he can give you a sharp look from the side. With that, though, a little softer up front. He wants to close too much in his chest and search a little behind. Beautiful back and a really neat look. I just wish he'd get out and go with a shot more comfort, but that's a nice pig. One that comes out next, I thought the young lady did a good job in terms of hydration, in terms of shape up high, in terms of rib cage, and his fill's perfect. That bear needs to be intensified in terms of his bone for what he's packing up high. He wants to get a little round built off of both ends, but I thought a good pig. One that comes out next I thought was really close initially to catching a pin because I like his upper line, I like his look. The more I dig in, I realize that pig got just a little vertical in terms of just his shoulder. He wanted to close up and taper too much. Just wish that pig came just a shot better at his chest, a little better in terms of his elevation. We round here with one that's shapely, opened up and muscular. We got to square him as he goes away, lengthen him out of his rump. That's a good class. One that comes 11, that was a good pig. Practical, awesome body. Just needed to loosen him up a bit. Awesome class, really fun pair of them up high. Congratulations to those kids.
Results of Class 2, Purebred Hampshires. First place was shown by Oakley Cooper of Amber Pocasset FFA. Second place went to J.D. Joe Garrett of Chattanooga FFA. Third place was shown by Annie Dameron of Sayre. Fourth place went to Annalise Dodd of Meeker FFA. Fifth place was shown by Garrett Dowell of Guthrie 4-H. Sixth place went to Kelly Bradley of Choctaw FFA. Seventh place was shown by Caden Armstrong of Fox. Eighth place went to Ava Butler of Guthrie 4-H. Ninth place was shown by Hensley Manor of Arapahoe Butler 4-H. And 10th place was shown by Kason Wright of Granite FFA. We're now showing Class 3 Purebred Hampshires. Just a reminder that following Class 3, we'll do a division lineup, and we will be lining up 10. So if you were 1st through 5th in Classes 1 and 2, you need to be in the holding pen at this time.
Really, really good pair of these things, and I like the top two here. Very, very good. Man, a good pair of Hampshires. My class winner, again, hey, we could secure him up front. Absolutely, just a little bit on his front foot. From his ankle up and back, man, it's hard to put those pieces on a Hampshire Barrow. Beautiful in terms of his look, broad and shapely in terms of his back. He opens up so good out of the backside of his blade. And honestly, in this breed, sometimes their muscle pattern can lay on them just a little tighter, not quite as attractive. I love the way this thing's muscle lays onto him. His hip and his hind legs, perfect. He reads fresher up in terms of just his front end, fresher in terms of his back shape than the 1 and 2. Man, whenever he gets rolling and he gets out here, beautiful look from the side with a hip and hind leg that's built to get up and go. No doubt, fix his front foot, but hey, I ain't single-traiting them when they look like that. Nice pig, young man. This one here, it does things really, really good. His skeleton just at the surface is so good. Just correct and loose built off of both ends and does it with stoutness of feature. I love this pig's rib cage and just his feedability look when you climb right into him. We get off to the side and I probably get just a little more hesitant the way that barrow is just the shape of his neck and the way that sets onto him. And then my biggest critique, and honestly where I split the pair when I climb right into him, our class winner swallows him in terms of true hard back shape when you climb right into him. But man, that's a very good pair of these things. I like them both good. This pig here, he just continues to grow and work up the class because of his flexibility and his looseness. He's not just the bulkiest in his body or the stoutest at the surface, but what I like is, man, he is fresh up high. He's good in terms of his look, and then that just ability to get out and go. He withstood the drive and just his length of rump, his athleticism out of his rear step, I thought just continued to allow that barrow to get out and go. This one's toughness of skull, hard back shapes, probably a little more my speed. With that, though, he doesn't maintain that same density and width that he has up high down to the surface. And then when I get off to the side of him, barrow gets just a little flatter and drier in terms of his body, and his shoulder wanted to rock forward on him as we worked and draw. He wasn't near as fresh and just sharp in terms of just his neckline and his crest as a barrow that's 3, but that's a really nice pig. This one here, I waited for this pig to just want to be a show barrow. I waited for him to elevate and for everything to piece together. And at times he can, and I'm like, man, we're going to get there because I love his skull, I love his arm, I love his back shape, I love his rear bone. And then at times he doesn't, and his shoulder wants to rock forward, and his neck comes down, and he gets a little short out back, and I just can't get him to piece together as we get right down to it, and we got to get to where we just make those calls. If that barrow was laid back more in his shoulder and could elevate up front, and everything could piece together from the outside like the ones ahead of him, I could really get in on that pig. I just wish that, man, those things would just piece a shot better. That's a very good pig. Skin and hair and presentation on that thing, young lady. Beautiful. You should obviously be commended. Good pig here. Really, really fundamental in terms of his build. His structure's really good. He's really good when you climb right into him. Turn of his body is awesome. We get off to the side of him, and that barrow gets just a shot plainer in terms of the depth of his neck, a little frailer in terms of his rear bone. And then whenever I get right into him, don't know if just the bulk of his body and his just shape all the way back to just his tail roots quite as good. That's a very good pig, though. Love his structure. Love his look from the side. This one's close, and from the side, I wanted to get so excited about this pig in terms of that elevation, that stoutness of arm, and that back shape, and then he went away from me, and I just had to make the call. He has to be longer built in terms of his hip. He's got to be square for this judge and what he does with his rear leg. If he's that, we can certainly work up his EST pieces, but I got to check the fundamentals first, and that barrow just I question that at times. This one here, really good looking type of a pig in terms of length out front, really shapely, really muscular oriented type of a pig. I thought within the group, his structure, he wanted to get a little more vertical off of both ends. He never wanted to just elevate his length up front to where he pieced everything together. Maybe got a little more permanent in the use of his hock. Never wanted to just plant and go. But man, young man, that's a good pig to work down in a good class. One that we round out with here, beautiful in terms of just his elevation, really good in terms of just the bulk that he has when you climb right into him. That barrow gets too round and short out of his rump, wants to close too much off of both ends, but man, very good pig that ran into a good class. Again, another fun pair up high. Congratulations to those kids.
Results of Class 3 Purebred Barrows. First place was shown by Fletcher Inman of Mulhall Orlando FFA. Second place went to Madison Brinley of Hartshorn FFA. Third place was shown by Emma Fletcher of Frederick FFA. Fourth place went to Kinsley Brown of Pawnee. Fifth place was shown by Avon Harland of Buffalo FFA. Sixth place went to Briley Goldsboro of Worcester FFA. Seventh place went to Hudson Tackett of Fort Cobb Broxton FFA. 8th place was shown by Asen Earp of Grove, and 9th place went to Lane Breffel of Arapahoe Butler. We're now showing for Champion Purebred Hampshire. Your Class 1 winner was Reed Allen from Red Oak. Your winner out of Class 2 was Oakley Cooper from Amber Pocasset. And your Class 3 winner was Fletcher Inman from Mulhall, Orlando. Let's give those exhibitors a big round of applause.
Been a really, really fun Hampshire show as we get them out here. And we started with a good pig that I thought was just a combination of look and muscularity in his class, and did it with some extras in terms of feature and just in terms of density throughout. We get him back out here, and that pig gets a little shorter in his rump and wants to swing his rear skeleton a little bit. But I think from there forward, man, that's a neat look on a Hampshire Barrow. I think, honestly, I'm not good at playing my cards. It gets really close between classes 2 and 3, and they both had seconds that were good. I love the way that this one out of Class 2 is just built in terms of squareness from behind. Thought that's where he had an outright advantage in that class. I love his advantage within the pair, no doubt, is just front foot security and the way that he's able to get out of his front end. He's beautiful in terms of his look. His back is laid in and very, very good. Not as overwhelming as the pig in Class 3, but individually I don't say, man, that pig needs a little more muscle. We get back out here, and although I preferred his squareness, that pig gets maybe just a little shorter in the use of just his upper rump when we compare him to another one. But, man, I love his look and I love his balance. Pig out of Class 3, man, that pig's unique to me when you climb right in on him for a Hampshire Barrow. To be broad built and opened up like that, he's so good when you climb in behind him in terms of his fresh shape. His hip and his hind leg lays in him good, and whenever he rocks and rolls, that looks really neat. No doubt, your question on him, where do you stand, just what he does with his front end? In class, he was just a little soft. As he get out here a second time, it inhibits his motion or his movement just a little bit, but man, he still stays good at his chest. He's broad and opened up, so I think it gets really, really close. We get him back out here, and honestly, just to be straight up frank with you, this one here is getting just a little more wore down up front. That one there is getting just a little tighter behind, so I think that when you do that, I think one of them, man, he's so unique. You don't have to like him if you want to get critical, but I think where he's good, it would be remiss not to use this one. Young man right here out of Class 3 is my favorite. Congratulations.
Your champion Purebred Hampshire comes out of Class 3, shown by Fletcher Inman of Mulhall, Orlando.
Really good pig that was second in that class. I loved his skeleton. I loved his flexibility. He wasn't near as fresh up high, not near as fresh out front as the pig that was in 2, but still, I think a good pig. We get him back out here. I think there's another one that's just a little fresher in his upper line, just a little neater out ahead of his shoulder. Thought a very good pig. Young man out of the middle class is going to be reserved. Congratulations.
Your reserve champion is shown by Oakley Cooper from Amber Pocasset. We'll bring in second place, J.D. Joe Garrett.
This will be the last time as we work through our 10 that I'll get in and I'll talk about them. I think for here it gets really, really close. I think a good pair of them are going to be 3 and 4. One of them's built just square behind. One of them's a little stouter and tougher about his mug. Young lady here's going to be 3. Congratulations.
Your third overall comes out of Class 3, shown by Madison Brindley. Fourth overall comes out of Class 2, shown by JD Joe Garrett. Are you keeping track of which number they are? Your fifth overall is shown by Reed Allen out of Class 1. Your sixth overall also comes out of Class 1. That's Caden Stodd. Seventh overall comes out of Class 3, shown by Emma Fletcher. Eighth overall also comes out of Class 3, shown by Kinsley Brown. Ninth overall comes out of Class 2, shown by Annie Dameron. And your 10th overall Purebred Hampshire Barrow comes out of Class 3, shown by Avon Harlan. Let's give our Hampshire exhibitors a round of applause. Just a reminder that cards for tomorrow's show are due today at 3 p.m. So Burks, Durock, Hereford, Spot, and York cards are due via self-check-in in 30 minutes. So make sure you get your cards turned in for tomorrow's show. We're ready to get started with our Purebred Yorkshire show. So this is your last call for Class 1. We will begin momentarily. Last call for Class 1 Yorkshires.
Really good class here, and I think just length of rump, athleticism, and just flexibility all the way throughout allow that the young man's Barrow needs to start. I'll be the first to admit, when I climb right into a man, I wish that pig was broader in his forerib and a shot bulkier just in terms of his physical feel. But from there on, I love that pig's flexibility. I think he's by some margin the loosest built, the best hinging pig within this particular class, and still does it with a good look up front. He doesn't set his neck as high as the 1 and 2. Love his length of rump, love his skeletal width, still comes with plenty of dimension. I think if he comes back with a shot of feed, gets full, and just a little more fill, I really like that pig. This one here, for me, I really like what he does in terms of where he sets his neck on his shoulder. I love his stoutness of arm and his rear bone. Where I get critical of that pig, he has some shape up high, but he wants to funnel and taper just a bit to the surface, and then with that, as the drive wore on, he became just a little more vertical up front, a little shorter out of his rump. I wasn't convinced he was built just as loose in terms of his running gear throughout, but if you prefer a little bulkier forerib, a little better rib cage, hey, you can switch them. I just thought there was more than enough to get a longer, looser hip and a better working shoulder, the one that wins. If we stand them still and we just take a picture of them, this one here might not be my favorite because he kind of blends the pair in terms of forerib, in terms of body bulk, density. The posture of his hind leg standing's very, very neat. It's when we ask that pig to go, he gets too tight wound off both ends. His shoulders set too forward, his hips just a bit tight. He just needs to be looser built. If he hinged a shot better, hey, I can get behind what that pig does. Skin and hair, young lady, quality, keeping his white, absolutely lights out. Awesome. Congratulations on that. Stout noggin, big armed one here that's boxy, broad chested, really good bodied, comes out. I get a little critical of the way that this pig pieces together from the side. He's a little deeper from the top of his pole to the base of his neck, and just in terms of his just his crest, and then he wants to get a little rounder and pull his hind leg a shot. We secure him there, slim him down up front. Hey, I'm all in on his chest width, his forerib, and just his arm. I thought from there it got really, really close on what you wanted to do. I thought this pig's just image from the side and quality from the outside was probably what I preferred. We get into it. He gets too vertical, and particularly as he comes at us, we got to pry him apart. But I thought he was just a little better body, just a little stouter feature than the one that comes out next. This one here is sharp looking with a beautiful set of runners on him. Awesome in his upper line. He just gets too closed up and too narrow all the way throughout. I think it all starts with just the shape of his head, young lady. If that was stouter, I think then he probably would have always just bulked up just a shot more. But that's a good pig nonetheless. One that comes out next is stouter and broader in his chest. He's better in his forerib. I get just a little critical of the way that this pig utilizes his skeleton. He's a little forward set in his shoulder. He wants to search a bit out back, and he never wants to elevate up front. But there's pieces of that pig in terms of forearm size, in terms of back shape and skull that I can certainly get in and resonate with. Really neat type of a pig comes out next that's good in terms of his stoutness of his arm. He's good in his upper hip. With that, though, that pig wants to funnel and taper too much to the base of his skeleton. He wants to get too permanent in the set of his hock, and I could never just get him to get out and go. If we just loosen him out a bit out back, I can get behind his alertness and elevation up front and forearm size, and we round out with the broadest back, the bulkiest one, and the heaviest muscled one we've seen so far. With that, I honestly wish we'd tone it down because it's working in his skeleton just a little bit. A little plainer up front. He wants to push his hind leg just a shot too far to where I'm comfortable with, young man, but awesome back shape, awesome power. If that was your goal, man, that thing should kill really, really well when you get him on the rail. A lot of carcass merit. Nice pig, young man. Just wish we could tweak his skeleton. Good job, kids. Congratulations on a good class.
Results of Class 1 Purebred Yorkshires. First place was shown by Kason Klein of Fairland FFA. Second place went to Reagan Alfinger of Marlowe FFA. Third place was shown by Liliana Dobrinsky of Hydro Weekly. Fourth place went to Jacob Kernetsky of Moore FFA. Fifth place was shown by Sunny Shore of Garber FFA. Sixth place went to Adley Dye of Lawton. Seventh place went to McKinley Bounds of Broken Bow. Eighth place was shown by Josie Barnes of Elmore City Purnell. And ninth place went to Titus McGuire of Watonga FFA.
Really, really good class, and I like this top pair good. I think these are the ones that combine muscularity with squareness and still some look from the side. I think what sorts them is the way they handle their upper line and the way that their top line and everything pieces. And then when you climb into them, I think my class winner is just by some margin. Bolder in his forerib, broader in his mid-body, more opened up all the way throughout in terms of just his genuine underpinning and his width. And still, that barrel pieces together with a neat look from the side. I'm not going to tell you he's just perfect in the slope of his shoulder up front or maybe just the best in just the length of his rump. But, man, I call that more than adequate because he's still square enough built. And like I said, he swallows them in terms of rib cage and in terms of body, and he's stronger about his spine, and everything just pieces a shot better. This one here is stout at the surface in terms of his arm. He's big in terms of his rear bone, and I prefer just the posture of his hind leg from the side. With that, though, when I get off to the side of that barrel, I can't get just his upper line and everything to piece together the same. He gets a little rounder out of his rump and wants to swing him a shot more, and then when I climb right into him, he becomes flatter and drier in his body and a shot more manila in the shape he works from his blade to his tail root. But if you prefer just a little more secure, just rear leg within the pair in terms of posture, I think you can do that. I just don't know if what he does in his upper hip and from behind is quite as good. I thought that was a good pair. This pig from the side I like. Really, really good. Man, he's close. And then I step in behind him, and I just got to make the call that he can't be in my top pair. And honestly, if you can't stand that and you think he needs to go down a little more, you can. I just thought within this population, what he did need in terms of still having range of motion, stoutness of feature, forerib, and some look about him, needed to be third, but no doubt he gets plenty out there just from behind a little bit. But, man, young man's done a good job bringing him. I like this pig in terms of upper line, in terms of shape, in terms of practicality. He gets too vertical in terms of his shoulder, and that just throws off his ability to plant and go off both ends. With that, though, I thought he was the next most genuine option in terms of true shape, in terms of skeletal width. I just wish he was way looser built in terms of just his skeletal organization. Young lady's done a good job bringing him to the show. This one here is just a shot better in terms of just his structure. He just needs to come with more. He's too long about his head, too flat in terms of his chest. He runs out of true market animal fundamentals within the top 5, but he is a little looser built from the side if you prefer that within the 4-5 discussion. I thought that he was a shot better in terms of his composition, a shot leveler made, and just a shot better just in terms of his look than the one that comes out here in 6. This one's awesome bodied and round rib. He needs to be just cleaned up a shot in terms of his composition. He needs to be a little different in the way he handles his hind leg, but I thought that his rib cage, that his skeletal width, and just his easy feeding, practical, just market hog type of look got him over this one. This one here is awesome in terms of his shape up high, in terms of practicality. Should cut a nice loin for the young man whenever it comes his time to hit the rail. I just wish that he handled his skeleton a shot differently. I wish that everything blended together and he could match his shape up high with a little more rib cage. We got to square him from behind. That's a muscular, opened up type of a Barrow young man that, like I said, has a lot of carcass merit. Get him in this setting. We just change a couple things. Loose built, comfortable one that's really good looking comes out next. I thought of the group, this was the one that I just had to say was the most closed up, needed the most power and shape. And if he came with that, boy, I like his running gear. I like his look. We could really get behind that. Just need to pry him apart everywhere, make him a true market hog first, and then we can work a little more. But that's a good pig, young man, in terms of flexibility and comfort. Skin and hair and showmanship was right on, buddy. Congratulations. Good challenging class there. Congratulations to the kids.
Results of Class 2. First place was shown by Thatcher Isaacs of JFFA. Second place went to Emerson Smith from Porter. Third place was shown by Brutus Robinson of Weber's Fall FFA. Fourth place went to Addison Bronow of Grove FFA. Fifth place was shown by Cambry Moore of Canute. Sixth place went to Tinsley Himmerling of McAllister FFA. Seventh place went to Carson Brandt of Newkirk. And eighth place was shown by Brantley Farley of Kellyville. We're now showing Class 3 Purebred Yorkshire Barras.
Good class and a really, really good way to start. Right here the young lady has, and man, a good type of a Yorkshire Barrow that has shape up high, that's still good enough in terms of his structure. Where I think he becomes an outlier in this class is his ability to elevate, his trimness and his leanness throughout. His shape up high is so good. And then when he does that, his ability to elevate, his look, his length of rump is good. I'm not going to tell you the set of his shoulder is just 100% or that he's just the broadest built one behind, but I think when I think about what makes a very, very good modern-day show pig, one that has muscle, one that comes loose enough built and comes with some ESTs. I like that pig. That's a good place to start. The pig in 2 was quick to hit the scale when he rolled in because he does a lot of things I like, and within the population, I thought he stood out. Awesome-bodied, really practical, easy-feeding look, as long-rumped, loose-built, and just as comfortable in his skeleton as anything, and that's why he goes 2 instead of 3. We work up to the front part of his skeleton, and he can't beat our winner for me because of the shape of his neck, the shape of his throat line, his jaw, his just look up front doesn't come quite as striking. He's not quite as good whenever you just ask him to come right at you, just in terms of wanting to taper a little right at the surface. But man, awesome bodied, long rump. I thought the posture of his hind leg, the slope of his shoulder, and his knee was just a little better than the one that comes out next. Absolutely maxed out in terms of shape, in terms of roll up high, young man. It's impressive, as broad and as shapely as you've got him. He's opened up when you climb in behind him. With that, though, my problems come just a little more from the side. He becomes a little more mature in terms of his look. He gets a little more vertical and just tighter built off of both ends of his framework. If we could just loosen him just a little bit, I love that top side shape. I love that just muscularity and power all the way through. I thought another loose built type of a hog comes out next in terms of structural correctness, in terms of squareness, good in terms of his body. I thought that he couldn't get into the top 3 because of the shape of his head, because of the size of his forearm, and I think that correlates to him not being near as shapely when you climb right into him in terms of his back line, in terms of just the shape that he works up high. I did, however, think that just his squareness and looseness out front was more than enough to get ahead of this one. It's a really good muscular hog in terms of just carcass-oriented, just muscular, shapely, lean, high-cut ability hogs that are going to go to the rail and do their job at the end of the day. This one represents that to a T, young man, and you should be proud of that. We get him in this setting, in this group of 5. He becomes just a little too vertical up front, a little tighter behind, and wants to push his hawk a little. If we could square him, I'm always going to get fired up about ones that cover the basics like that in terms of shape, power, and dimension. Just wish he was a little looser. Flip the script, and we've got a beautiful one from the side in terms of elevation, in terms of length of hip, in terms of backline is so good. I climb right into him, and I just got to make the call on this stage within this class here today. There needs to be more of this pig, starting at the base of his sternum, working into his forerib, working into his upper hip. He wants to taper and close the most of the top 6, but man, beautifully presented, beautiful looking, perfect hind leg. I like those things. I need to have some more market hog just a little bit first, young man, but congratulations. Wild looking one comes out here. Way neat up front, perfect in his upper line with a good posture to his hind leg. I wish he used it just a little more effectively at the surface, and then he wants to close up and taper and narrow just too much within this group, but I thought that his compositional correctness in terms of leanness, his elevation, his look up front was better than the pig that comes out next. Awesome in terms of his practicality, really easy fitting type of look. Too plain up front. Thought that as broad and wide as he was up high, he wanted to funnel and taper to the surface. Needed to make him a shot more genuine, but I thought that I just preferred the squareness he had going away, even though he did taper a little more than the one that comes out next. This one here, really good on the top part of his skeleton. Gets a little different in the way that he meets the surface off both ends, a little flat up front, wants to knuckle behind a little. Just thought that pig, his structure could be tweaked just a little bit, but I thought that when you climbed right into him, had to make a call that this one just had a little more shape, a little more bulk, a little more spread than the one that comes out next. Good-looking pig that comes out next. Like his build of his hind leg from the side. We step in behind him, a little swelling on his hocks, funnels and tapers a little bit. I just need him to be able to get out of just his hip and his hind leg a shot more effectively, and then we can talk about moving him up. But I thought that he was square and leveler built than this one. He just needs to be squared up behind. I thought this was a really nice pig. I told the young man in terms of flexibility, thought within a really good class of Yorkshires, he needed to just work his way down because of just his skeletal width and his dimension, but a good pig in terms of structure. Great set of those kids. Let's give them a hand.
Results of Class 3. First place was shown by Easton Davis of Purcell. Second place went to Grant Gosney of A-Line Clio. Third place was shown by Mason Grace of Wayne. Fourth place went to Hunter Hughes from Mill Creek. Fifth place was shown by Jackson Moreland of Bethel. Sixth place went to Lana Lesher of Crescent. Seventh place went to Stetson Phillips of Gary. Eighth place was shown by Peyton Donnett of Perkins Tryon. Ninth place went to Carly Jenny of Choctaw, and 10th place was shown by Delaney Moore from Canute. We're now showing Class 4, Purebred Yorkshire Barrows. Correction on that last class. First place was shown by Lana Lesher of Crescent FFA. Easton Davis from Purcell placed 6th.
really, really fun trio. And the two pigs that balance and just utilize their upper line lays in them a little better. The two that surface, and I'll be honest, we can lay them both back in their shoulder just a little bit. So within the pair, the one that's better in his composition, trimmer in his cheek, better in his shape, and honestly more extended out fronts, the bear that hits me just a little better. Love that pig's look, love his shape when you climb right into him. Still good in terms of just his length of rump and his hind leg. He's not as heavy duty in his feature as the 1 and 2, and if you want to switch them, I think you can certainly do that. But I do think that even though he's not perfect, he's longer in terms of his rump, and he's maintained his rear step athleticism a shot better than the 1 and 2. The 1 and 2 is very unique within the breed in terms of skull shape, in terms of forearm size, in terms of rear bone. He's got a good shape working right into him. At the same time, that pig's naturally not built to elevate. His neck's naturally set a little lower in terms of his shoulder. He wants to shuffle and search just a little too much off of both ends for me. And then compared to the one that I think that structure is close within, that pig's shape of his crest, depth to his cheek, and just maturity pattern probably concern me just a little bit more as we work all the way through. But man, that is a big Yorkshire hind leg, a giant forearm, a good shape, and a stout noggin. I wish things just pieced together. This one here is laid in the best in terms of his shoulder of the group, just in terms of the way that it sets on him. Slope of his shoulder, set to his knee, bend to his front foot is the best within him. With that, though, I can't get that pig to piece the best from the side. He wants to get a little easier in his loin. He wants to deviate in terms of what he does with just his hip and his rump a shot more. And then whenever I climb right into him, that pig doesn't work just as much shape out of the back of his blade, not as bold in terms of his forerib or his body. If we can freshen him here and just piece him together a shot better from the side in terms of the way that all this lays in him, I can get behind some parts and pieces that he does. I like that pig and think he has a lot of merit. Very nice pig to land in 3. The one that comes out in 4 I thought was a really good pig. I thought a fundamental, practical type of a show bearer that was loose built at the surface, had muscularity. He needed to be square in his hock as he goes away from us. He wasn't near as far reaching in terms of look and elevation, but I thought that his genuine muscularity and shape, genuine width underneath, was better than the one that comes out here in 5. The one in 5 is unique from the side. That type of a noggin, that density in terms of his arm, and that stoutness of rear bone's really good. I climb right into him, and I realize, man, there's just not quite enough show bearer. He's a little more manila in terms of his back line. He's a little more mature out front. He tapers and wants to get too plain down to just the base of his ham, if you will. But I thought that his just look, his stoutness, and what he did from a feature standpoint was unique enough to work him into 5. I just like this pig, just what he represents. He has feature, he's got stoutness, he's got muscularity. We work into just his rear skeleton. He gets a little shorter and tighter in the way he utilizes there. He doesn't piece together near as just dynamic from the side as the ones ahead of him. That's a very good, muscular, just opened up type of a pig. One that comes out next, I thought, is as opened up on the top part of his skeleton as anything. He's as broad and dimensional as anything we've seen. His skeleton comes at a little bit of a detriment because of that. He gets a little more jammed out up front. He gets a little too vertical off of both ends. But I thought that what really matters in terms of just real muscularity, real shape and dimension, he needed to go next because I thought that he just had such an advantage in terms of just real power and shape as we work down in. This one here doesn't want to be a show pig, but I think that whenever he decides to, he's got some things you can like in terms of just practicality, feedability in terms of his look. I thought was good. Thought that was just an open rib type of a pig that did things good. He ran out of a little bit of bone, ran out of a little bit of look and some freshness. I needed to just work on his shape just a little bit, make it just a shot crisper and fresher, and we could certainly do some things. But I thought that just the way that he balanced from the side, the way that he opened up when I worked right in behind him was a little better than this one. This is a really good-bodied pig that does a lot of things right in terms of practicality. I thought he wanted to taper and funnel too much to the base of his skeleton, particularly when we climbed in behind him. But I thought that just his skeletal width and his width up high was just better than this pig. Even though this pig is a shot trimmer, if you prefer the switch there, I certainly won't argue. That pig wants to close up too much. Same with this pig. I just thought that this one's just structural integrity and look from the side was a shot more my speed. Good pig here that has muscle, has some power. Need to square him going away, fix him from the side. Good class, really unique and challenging top trio. Congratulations to a great set of kids.
Piper Wilson, if you are in the barns, please head to the swine show office. Piper Wilson, please head to the swine show office. Piper Wilson, please head to the swine show office. Results from Class 4. First place was shown by Cambry Dosh from Colbert. Second place went to Jade Barrington from Ellick. Third place was shown by Jacoby Brown of Hera. Fourth place went to Blair Mitchell from Cushing. Fifth place was shown by Riker Higgins of Pawnee. Sixth place went to Hadasha Diallo from Tipton. Seventh place went to Isabella Toma of Pryor. Eighth place was shown by Amani Luna from Hollis. Ninth place went to Aiden Brewington of Elgin. And 10th place was shown by Trinity Ingle from Wetumpka. We're now showing Class 5 Purebred Yorkshire Barrows.
Really good class, and if you want to talk or you absolutely just have to do 2, 3, and 4 differently, hey, I can completely understand, and we'll talk about why I did them that. This pig's not perfect in the slope of his shoulder, but man, that is one hard to make Yorkshire Barrow in terms of stoutness of mug, size of forearm, true hard back shape with just his hind leg, and his hind leg still works right, and I drove these things a while. Like I said, he gets just a little forward up front. He's not perfect on his front foot, but man, it doesn't hinder the fact that he's the broadest at the base of his chest, the best in terms of his shape, the deepest in terms of his heel, and the best out back in terms of looseness of rump, bigness or stoutness of upper hip. I just like that pig. Really, really good. This pig became a problem for me because from here forward, I absolutely dig this thing in terms of stoutness of skull, forearm. He's as wide and broad up high right out of the backside of his blade as any of them. He comes at you so good at the base of his sternum, stout in terms of his arm with a neat type of a stout yet attractive Yorkshire look. We work from his hip loin back, and I probably get just a little more hesitant to say, man, no doubt that's my second place because he gets a little more permanent in his honk, and for as big as he is in his upper hip, he wants to taper a bit to the surface, but then at the same time, his structure and his comfort never really changed from the first view to the end, so I say, man, structure on these things is a little different, and I do know that he's the next most exciting for me in terms of shortness of back, width up high, stoutness of arm, and that look out front. He can't beat our class winner because he's not long enough rump, he's not stout enough, and just durable enough in the way he uses his hind leg, tapers too much, but I think from his hip forward, very, very unique pig. I just didn't think that I had an upgrade to beat him with because this pig's close. I love his length of rump. I love the way everything transitions on the top side of him where he can't beat the pig in two for me is when he comes right at me. He's narrower at the base of his chest. He closes up too much at just his sternum. And because of that, of the top four, he's the flattest in terms of his body. He's the most manila in terms of just his rib cage. And although he's got shape up high, he needs to be built genuinely broader on the top part of his skeleton. And he too, not as much down into not as much into his knee and his front foot, but you work up into his shoulder, gets a little more vertical. That's why his neck transition isn't quite as seamless. But man, beautiful hip and hind leg, beautiful look. Man, she's shown the absolute wheels off of him. One that comes in 4 really started to fight the young lady. I like this pig when he came out. Durable hind leg, really good in terms of his body. Even then, I couldn't get him to piece together quite as good from the side in terms of the depth of his neck. His freshness and his composition on these things I think is really important to me. And that pig looks like of the top 4, he's carrying just a shot the most. He gets a shot softer on his front foot and coming with a little extra. He comes to Manila out of the back of his shoulder and his blade. If we could freshen his shape there, I could really get into him because I like the slope and the build of his hip and his hind leg. He got just a little tighter and didn't handle the drive as good, but man, I thought there were a lot of neat pieces to be found in that pig. This one here I love from the side. Beautiful in terms of his look, so smooth in the way that everything transitions from his forehead into his pole, into his crest, into the base of just his blade, I think is so good. His hip and his hind leg is beautiful. You ask him to come at you, you ask him to leave you, and of the top 5, he's by some margin the most fragile in terms of his arm, the most closed up at his chest, and because of that, he doesn't come near as broad and just bulky in terms of just his forerib, in terms of his shape up high. If we could pry him apart, I could really get into that type of look, that type of comfort level. I just need to see more show Barrow. This one here, if we could construct all of them just in the mid part of their body like him, we'd be in a good spot. Awesome in terms of his shape, awesome in his rib cage. He's been fed and hydrated to a really good degree. He doesn't want to just cooperate the best for the young lady, and that probably doesn't help the fact that naturally he's a little lower tying up front and a little rounder out back. If everything just pieced together a bit better from the side, I could probably really get in on him because I love his body, I love his back shape. I think his hind leg still works right. With that, though, he does it with a little rounder hip and a little plainer look. This one here is really neat from the outside, just in terms of look, in terms of stoutness of feature. His upper line's really good. That pig closes too much at the base of just his rib cage and his body cavity. That pig needs to be pried apart up high, lengthened and loosened out of his rump just a bit. One that comes out next is really shapely up high, really big in terms of his arm. I just needed to reorganize that pig's skeleton, loosen his hip, redesign his hind leg posture. That's why I couldn't get him over a pig that doesn't come as broad as he does within that pair. But I thought that pig, as we worked into the one that comes out next, was a little better in terms of his composition and his freshness out ahead of his shoulder. I thought he was just a shot better shaped when I climbed right into him because I like this pig's basics and fundamentals in terms of running gear here in rib cage. He wants to plane out too much up high, get a little lower set and a little plainer and chuffier in terms of his neck, if you will. But I thought that his looseness and his skeletal organization in terms of the way that he utilized his shoulder was better than this one, even though he is shaped just a shot better. That pig runs out of his shot of feature, runs out of a bit of look and balance as we compare him to the others. Still, though, I thought that this pig was really good body, got a little plainer in terms of his look, a little closed up at his chest and redesigned his hind leg. I thought this one was awesome shape, really loose build. Thought that we just needed to crack him apart everywhere from his chest to his tail root and we'd be in a good spot. Thought this one had plenty in terms of skeletal width, just needed to trim him up in terms of his shape, freshen him up on the top side of his skeleton. I thought a really good set of those kids, really fun, challenging class to work through. Let's give them a big hand.
Results of Class 5. First place was shown by Talon Merida from Antlers. Second place went to J.C. Cantrell of Ripley. Third place was shown by Kaylee James of Oilton. Fourth place went to Kinsley Brown from Pawnee. Fifth place was shown by Riley Pierre Mallow of Walters. Sixth place went to Cashton Hart of Kiefer. Seventh place was shown by Sage Stewart of Alva. Eighth place was shown by Rylan Williams of Fanshawe. Ninth place went to Eileen Ordonez of Cherokee, and 10th place was shown by Nathan Rogers from McAllister. We're now showing Class 6 Purebred Yorks. Following Class 7, we will move right into our Yorkshire Drive, and we will line up 10 Purebred Yorks in this division.
Real good class. And I like the top pair. They're the two that piece together and balance from the side. When they come at me and when I get on them, the young man's is broader chested, and more importantly, when I climb right into him, he's by some margin better in the turn and his shape up high, rounder in his rib cage, better in his forerib and his bulk to just his mid body. I think it's very good. Still a neat looking show bearer that is comfortable. When he gets out, he can get out, giddy up, and go for a long time. I thought both of these things were wicked from the side. He did it with a shot more bulk, spread, and punch. Man, a nice pig. I like a good deal. This one's absolutely beautiful from the way that his neck ties into his shoulder to the levelness of his upper hip to the showmanship to the skin and the hair and the presentation and all the hours it takes to get one of any color, let alone an all-white one, to look like this in the bright lights is tremendous. This pig from the side can rival or beat anything that we've seen up to this point in any of our shows. Flawless built, beautiful. Whenever he comes and whenever he goes and I get right into him, I just got to ask myself, is there enough? Starting at the base of his chest to his forerib to his spread up high, and then as he goes away, man, I wish there was because we just end it. But man, very neat pig. Just wish he was broader all the way through. He's square built at his knee, better in the posture of his hind leg, and better in the way everything pieces together than the pig that comes out next, because the pig in 3 is stouter about his noggin. He's fresher in his shape up high and bulkier in his mid-body. He just comes in a shot more pieces from the side. He comes a little plainer about his crest and deeper in terms of his throat. He gets a little weaker in his loin and more permanent in the set of his hog. My biggest thing is when they come right out of the gate, he wants to deviate too much at his knee and his front foot. But man, that's getting critical of a tough-built, dense, high-quality Yorkshire bear that ran into a really good pair of them. This one here, much like the one in 2, but slightly different, is really good in terms of his look, awesome in terms of his running gear. That pig's so good in just the posture, the set, the slope of his hind leg. Really neat out front. I climb into him. That pig needs to have more right in terms of his forerib, more in terms of his body, and still, even though that pig has some shape when you climb right into his upper hip, he wants to get too manila down into the base of just his ham. He doesn't come at me just as sharp right in terms of his chest and just his sternum, but that's a good pig. Very neat. This one here I thought has more shape than the ones that were left. I thought he was the one that was the next best in terms of compositional correctness, squareness, stoutness, a feature, and look is good. He can't get up in there in the top group of them because he's a little shorter about his rump, closes a little at his chest, but I thought when we compared him to the next one, he was better in his cutability, he was better in his shape. I thought that just the levelness of his rump and the usage of his hind leg was just a little bit better. This one here, really good body, really wide, really just all the way through. Couldn't get that pig to piece, and balance is good whenever I get off to the side of him. Couldn't get just his ears, his crest, his depth of neck, and his cheek to just make quite as neat of an image as the ones ahead of him. That paired with a little lower setting tail and a little different hind leg use, I thought that we could really get in on him, but that's a really good pig. I thought that he was square in his build, more comfortable out of his hip than this one here, because another one, much like one we saw earlier from the side, this thing is neat in terms of stoutness, power, and dimension. That view going away. I just said that of the Barrows, I thought had enough muscularity and some neat pieces. His squareness going away had to move him down the line. But man, tough jawed, big arm, really neat type of pig. This one that comes out next, I thought was really neat just in terms of his feedability, his practicality, and his looseness. That pig got a little wasty in terms of his cheek and the depth of his neck. He wanted to pull his hock a little bit, but that's a good pig that ran into a great class. I thought that he pieced together a shot better in his upper line, particularly how he blends into his ham-loin junction than the one that comes out next, and did it with a little better set of his shoulder and a better attitude when we got him up here on the hill. I thought that pig wanted to get a little vertical in terms of just his shoulder, a little deeper in his neck, but man, I commend the young lady for staying with one that didn't want to be a show pig. One that comes out next, young man's doing a good job driving one that's as shapely and cutability, high cutability as any, really good in the width of his sternum as he comes right out of the chute. That pig needs to match it with more body and more flank. He wants to swing his hind leg just a little bit more than this judge prefers. I thought this was a loose built, really easy feeding type of a pig that we just needed to freshen up in his composition, his shape, and his width behind. We've got another one here the young man had, really muscular up high, a lot of shape. I told him, I said, we just need to reorganize his skeleton a bit. He gets a little lower set in his neck, gets a little different in how he handles his hind leg. Very good class, very good set of pigs up high, even better set of kids all the way through. Let's give him a hand.
Results of Class 6. First place was shown by Callan Hicks from Sterling. Second place went to Hadley Davis of Wagner. Third place was shown by Bradshaw Bunt of Ringwood. Fourth place went to Wyatt Cooney of Ringwood. Fifth place was shown by Caleb Branson of Gary. Sixth place went to Audrey Kirby from Marlow. Seventh place went to Carson Morris of Mill Creek. Eighth place was shown by Emma Reams of Elmore City Purnell. Ninth place was shown by Jade Graverholt of Altus, and 10th place went to Cole Ball from Tipton. We're now showing our final class of purebred Yorkshire Barrows. Following Class 7, we will move right into our division lineup, and we will be lining up 10 of these Barrows.
Really nice way to end, and I think a logical class winner in the young man's that he drives out here. I think within the group, that's the opened up muscular barrow that still gives you a neat look from the side, still has some structural correctness. That thing has a big groove working when you get right in on him. He's awesome in the feel of just his mid-body, his fore-rib shape's tremendous. Love him just in terms of that, paired with his density at the ground. I'm not going to tell you that he's just the loosest in terms of just the construction of his hip that we've seen today. But, man, he's going to be another very neat piece to have back out here in the breed drive. That's a good Yorkshire Barrow young man. Wins this class for me. me a particularly easy fashion. 2 and 3 I thought was difficult. If we could put them together, I think we'd have a nice barrel. I thought that this one, though, that I landed on is just broader at the base of his chest. He's better in his shape up high. He's bulkier in his body. He's just denser and heavier duty all the way through. No doubt. He needs to be level in terms of his hip. He needs to have his tail root pulled higher up on his hip to just level all that out and just allow him to balance a little better like either one of the two on both sides of him. But I thought when we compared him to the 1 and 3, denser in terms of his bone work, squarer in his hock, and more muscular, just made sense to use him second. Love this pig's look. Love his fresh, hard back shape. Just in terms of cutability, he's very, very good. Awesome in terms of his body. Thought that this pig wanted to close up a shot in his chest and get a little tight off of both ends of his skeleton. But man, I thought that was a neat pig. Just wish we could free him up and pry him apart a shot. This is a neat pig that comes out next. Just in terms of stoutness of feature, in terms of look up high, I thought was good. That pig got plenty vertical in terms of his shoulder for me, and then more importantly, when I climbed right into him at the top 4, he became the most disappointing in terms of just his back shape, his spread out of the back of his blade, and just his width all the way throughout. That's a neat pig in terms of elevation, stoutness of feature. Young man's done a good job. Really productive, really productive, easy feeding bear comes out next. Awesome just in terms of his width all the way through. We need to trim him up in terms of his condition and loosen him up just a bit in terms of his hip. But I thought whenever we just talked about fresh-bodied hogs that had some width, he was the one that next suited me, because the one that comes out next, although he is a shot better in terms of just cutability, freshness, and trimness all the way through, he's by some margin more closed up underneath, gets a little vertical off of both ends. But I thought that his comfort of his front end skeleton, his comfort behind, and just his step and ability to pair that with a little more look was better than the pig that we ran. Now we can bring 7 and 8 together. I think both of them look like they were easy to feed, very muscular type of hogs, just in terms of having some width and some productivity. Thought that we could fix the way that both of them just pieced together from the side. I thought the 1 in 7 had a shot more body shape. Thought maybe the 1 in 8 was maybe a little square hip, so if you wanted to switch them, you certainly could. Thought a good pair drove by a really good set of young men. Let's give that last class a big hand. Grand Drive's going to be really fun.
Results of Class 7. First place was shown by Keaton Ferguson of Texoma FFA. Second place went to Kendall Dunn of Ellick FFA. Third place was shown by Channing Anderson from Coweta. Fourth place went to Ross Kelly of Newkirk. Fifth place was shown by Adeline Anderson of Blanchard. Sixth place went to Dayton Walker of Beaver. And seventh place was shown by Caleb Bede of Snyder. Eighth place was shown by Samuel Hudgens of Ninnekah. We're now ready to move into our Purebred Yorkshire lineup. Your Class 1 winner was shown by Kaysen Klein of Fairland FFA. Your winner out of Class 2 is shown by Thatcher Isaacs of JFFA. Your Class 3 winner was shown by Lana Lesher of Crescent. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Your Class 4 winner was Cambry Dosh from Colbert. Your Class 5 winner was shown by Talon Merida from Antlers. Your winner out of Class 6 was Callan Hicks from Sterling. And your Class 7 winner was Keaton Ferguson from Texoma. Let's give these kids one more big round of applause.
Really, really fun as we get out here. And man, you get your 7 class winners back out here, and it's fun all the way from a really, really nice lightweight to what I thought was a very logical class winner in our last class, and all the tough decisions between a pair of them, between 3, 4, 5 of them that we've had. Man, I thought that it was really fun, and it was really, really good. You know, earlier whenever we were talking about the showcase, I said not to take this show, what you guys have in this state, for granted in terms of this venue, this event, having people that back you 100% and know that youth in agriculture, and particularly kids that grow up around the livestock programs, are going to be the very future of our country. And man, the good Lord knows that we need it. Don't take that for granted, but also don't take for granted the moment that you're in right now. Whether you're out here and maybe you're about to be the champion Purebred Barrow Yorkshire at the 2026 Oklahoma Youth Expo, or maybe you didn't have as good of a day as what you'd hoped for. Man, it's another day that you can wake up, you can do something that you love with the people that you love. And sometimes we get really bad, and I'm terrible about it. We think that the only thing that matters is what happens in this ring. And trust me, it's really good to get along. It's really, really fun to have that success. But sometimes getting beat and learning how to pick yourself back up, find your people that truly have your best interest in mind, man, that makes it so much more enjoyable whenever you can do that. And then you can find success later on down the road. So I don't have a ton to say. I'm not sure that anyone would want to listen to it if I did. It's been an absolute honor and a privilege to be here. Anytime you get to come to this state, man, you know that it's going to be good whenever you get contacted to come and judge whatever show it is, or whatever breed or whatever show it is at this event. It's absolutely special. It's been very, very neat. Whether you guys think that you agreed with me, or you guys think that I'm the dumbest guy that's ever got the mic here, it's been an absolute honor, and I've given you guys all that I had. So we get out here for a champion Yorkshire. I think it's close. I think that there's pigs that push the boundaries. There's pigs that come with the fundamentals. That do they have enough extras? And honestly, I think there's one that blends that for me. Just in terms of a wide-chested one, I think that he's better in his chest and his blade angle than one. I think he's looser in terms of his shoulder than another one. I think he's just a shot more secure going away than another one. And there's one that's way out there that I think he's a little neater looking and a little better constructed in his front foot. Boxy, short back, still comfortable. Beat a very nice pig in class. My favorite one, young man right there. Congratulations.
Your champion purebred Yorkshire Barrow comes out of Class 6, shown by Callan Hicks of Sterling FFA.
I think it gets really, really close as we get back out here. I absolutely dig this one that was second in terms of look, skeletal integrity. The organization of his build is flawless, beautiful in his line. Your question when you get him back out here is the same one I had in class. Is there just enough show, Barrow, to go ahead and get him right there? He's dang close. I know that. We get him back out here. They're starting to wear down just a little bit, but, man, I'm still pretty confident in what I'm going to do. I think it gets really, really close between three of them. I think the one that suits me next best, I like this pig. I didn't know if the shape of his crest and his neck was quite as good as what our winner was. Man, he's broad-chested. He's better in his front foot than another one and better in the angle of his shoulder, and he just had to drive in class. Young man's heavyweights, my next favorite. Congratulations to him.
Your reserve champion purebred Yorkshire comes out of Class 7, shown by Keaton Ferguson from Texoma.
Good pig was second. Like we said, muscular and dense. We could square him up in his rump a little bit. This is the last time I'll talk. I think it gets really, really close. I think there's one that, man, he's so unique and so hard to make. I got pretty critical of just his front end assembly and the way everything pieces together. But, man, from his full rib back, very, very unique animal. Young man right here is going to be third. Congratulations.
Your third overall comes out of Class 5, exhibited by Talon Merida from Antlers FFA. Class 4. Your fourth overall comes out of Class 4, shown by Cambry Dosh of Colbert. Fifth overall comes out of Class 5, shown by J.C. Cantrell of Ripley. Your sixth overall is shown by Hadley Davis of Wagner FFA. Your seventh overall comes out of Class 4. That's Jade Barrington of Ellick. Your eighth overall comes out of Class 5, shown by Kaylee James of Oilton. Ninth overall is shown by Bradshaw Bunt from Ringwood. And your 10th overall comes out of Class 3, shown by Lana Lesher of Crescent. Let's give all those kids one more big round of applause. We'd like to extend a huge thank you to our judge, Mr. Cole Murphy, and all of our ring help for making an awesome show today. We'll see everyone at 8 a.m. for our Market Barrow show.